What if everything you were taught about the beginning of civilization is wrong? Not slightly wrong. Not missing a few details. But fundamentally, catastrophically wrong. Imagine standing at the edge of human history and realizing the timeline doesn't just have gaps, it has entire erased chapters. Cities older than farming. Architecture built before writing. Monuments raised by people we were told were incapable of complex thought, organization, or long-term planning. And the most unsettling part isn't that these places exist. It's that they were never supposed to. For generations, we've been given a comforting story. Humans wandered as hunter-gatherers for tens of thousands of years. Then, around 6,000 years ago, something miraculous happened. Agriculture appeared. Villages formed. Cities rose. Civilization was born. A neat, linear progression from simplicity to sophistication. From chaos to order. From ignorance to knowledge. But that story only works if certain discoveries are ignored. Buried beneath soil, jungle, desert, and ocean are structures that refuse to obey this timeline. Massive stone complexes dated thousands of years earlier than the first farms. Carefully planned settlements that required coordination, memory, and social hierarchy long before history says such things were possible. Entire landscapes shaped by human hands at a time when humans were supposedly just surviving day to day. These are not myths. They are not legends. They are physical, measurable, testable realities. And yet, most people have never heard of them. Because if they're real, truly real, then the story of who we are collapses. Picture a group of archaeologists standing in silence as carbon dating results arrive. The numbers don't make sense. They check the equipment. They test again. Same result. Older than expected. Much older. Older than civilization itself. The air shifts. What should be excitement turns into discomfort. Because this discovery doesn't add a footnote to history, it threatens to rewrite the opening chapter. This is where our journey begins. Not with answers, but with unease. Because history, as we know it, depends on order. Timelines. Categories. Definitions. When something appears that doesn't fit, it isn't just inconvenient, it's destabilizing. If advanced construction existed before agriculture, then agriculture wasn't the trigger for civilization. If organized labor existed without kings or writing, then hierarchy didn't evolve the way we thought. If cities existed before cities were supposed to exist, then our entire definition of civilized collapses. And that leads to a dangerous question. What else have we misunderstood? The problem isn't that these discoveries are impossible. The problem is that they are possible, and proven, yet deeply uncomfortable. They suggest that human intelligence, creativity, and cooperation emerged far earlier than we're willing to admit. They imply that history didn't begin once, but multiple times. That civilizations may have risen, fallen, and vanished long before the first pages of written history were ever inscribed. Think about what that means. It means humanity may not be climbing a straight ladder of progress. It means we may be survivors of repeated cycles of growth, collapse, and forgetting. It means the ancient world might not have been a slow awakening, but the aftermath of something lost. And loss leaves traces. Sometimes those traces are stone pillars carved with symbols no one can fully decode. Sometimes they're massive earthworks hidden beneath forests that were once thought untouched by humans. Sometimes they lie beneath oceans that swallowed coastlines when the last ice age ended. Each one whispers the same message: you arrived late to this story. What makes this even more unsettling is how close we came to never knowing any of it. Many of these sites were dismissed, misdated, or ignored for decades. Some were labeled natural formations. Others were written off as anomalies. Not because there was no evidence, but because the evidence didn't align with expectation. When a discovery threatens the foundation of an entire discipline, the instinct isn't always to investigate. Sometimes, it's to look away. And yet, the ground doesn't care about our theories. As technology improves, the Earth keeps revealing what it has hidden. Satellites peel back jungle canopies. Sonar maps the ocean floor. Lidar exposes geometric patterns where none were supposed to exist. Again and again, we find signs of planning, geometry, astronomy, and scale, hallmarks of advanced thinking, embedded deep in prehistory. These are not crude campsites. These are not accidental arrangements of stone. These are megastructures. Megacities. Places that demanded vision, leadership, shared belief, and long-term intention. Places that required people to think beyond survival, to imagine permanence. So who were they? That question is where the tension lives. Because the answer cannot simply be hunter-gatherers, at least not in the way that term has been traditionally used. The people who built these places understood stone, space, seasons, and symbols. They organized labor on a scale that rivals later civilizations. They aligned structures with stars. They shaped landscapes. They planned for generations. And yet, they left no written records we can easily read. Which means history, as told through texts and kings and empires, begins long after these people were gone. We inherit the echo, not the voice. For centuries, archaeology focused on what could be easily excavated, cities with walls, palaces, and inscriptions. But what if the earliest civilizations didn't build the way later ones did? What if they used materials that decayed? What if their knowledge was transmitted orally? What if their cities were designed to harmonize with nature instead of dominating it, making them easier to erase over time? Suddenly, absence becomes misleading. A lack of evidence is no longer proof of non-existence. It may simply be proof of age. And that realization is terrifying. Because it means we don't know how many times humanity has already reached heights we believe are unique to us. It means our pride in being the first, advanced society might be misplaced. It means progress can be undone. Knowledge can vanish. Entire worlds can slip beneath the surface of time without leaving a trace in our textbooks. This isn't about romanticizing the past or inventing lost golden ages. It's about confronting the possibility that history is incomplete, and that we've mistaken a fragment for the whole. The deeper we look, the harder it becomes to defend the idea that civilization is young. Instead, a more complex picture emerges, one where intelligence and organization appear early, where catastrophe resets the board, and where survivors rebuild with fragments of what came before. If that's true, then the origins of civilization aren't a single moment. They are a repeating story. Rise. Flourish. Collapse. Forget. And here's the most unsettling part of all. If earlier civilizations could vanish so completely that their cities became myths and their achievements became impossible, what makes us so confident we're different? Steel rusts. Concrete crumbles. Digital data disappears faster than stone ever did. In a few thousand years, what will remain of us? A few foundations? Strange artifacts with no context. Unanswered questions. Perhaps future archaeologists will argue about us the same way we argue about them. Perhaps they'll say, they couldn't have been that advanced. The timeline doesn't allow it. As we move forward, we're going to explore places that were never supposed to exist. Cities older than history. Cultures erased by climate and catastrophe. Evidence that challenges the idea of linear progress and forces us to rethink what it truly means to be civilized. Not to replace science with speculation, but to let the evidence speak, even when it says something we're not ready to hear. Because once you see these prehistoric megacities, once you understand what they imply, it becomes impossible to go back to the comfortable story. The past is far deeper than we were told. And we're only just beginning to uncover it. The story of civilization that most of us grew up with is neat, linear, and deeply comforting. According to the textbooks, humanity began as small, scattered bands of hunter-gatherers, wandering the earth in search of food and shelter. For tens of thousands of years, we supposedly lived in this fragile equilibrium, barely making a mark on the world, surviving one day at a time. Then, around 6,000 to 7,000 years ago, a miraculous transformation occurred. Agriculture was invented. People planted crops, domesticated animals, and settled into villages. Over time, these villages grew into towns, towns into cities, and cities into empires. From this orderly progression, the civilizations of Mesopotamia, Egypt, the Indus Valley, and China emerged, laying the foundation for the world as we know it. It is a tidy story, one that reassures us that human progress is inevitable, logical, and predictable. Yet, the more we look closely at the archaeological record, the more cracks appear in this story. Evidence surfaces that challenges the idea that cities and complex societies only arose after agriculture. Megalithic sites like Göbekli Tepe in modern-day Turkey, for instance, predate the earliest known farming communities by thousands of years. These enormous stone structures required not just physical labor but social coordination, planning, and knowledge of astronomy. How could people who supposedly had no permanent settlements, no plows, and no written language create such monumental works? The conventional story of a linear rise from foraging to farming, and from farming to cities, starts to feel increasingly inadequate in explaining these phenomena. The cracks become even more pronounced when we examine other parts of the world. Submerged ruins off the coasts of India and the Gulf of Cambay suggest that significant settlements existed thousands of years before the earliest recorded civilizations. In the Amazon, lidar technology has revealed sprawling cities hidden beneath dense jungle, previously thought to be untouched by humans. These are not simple villages. They are complex, engineered settlements with roads, plazas, and organized layouts that imply a level of social structure and planning previously thought impossible for their time. Everywhere we look, the evidence hints at an older, more sophisticated world than the textbooks allow. What is perhaps most unsettling about these discoveries is not that they exist, but that they were largely ignored or dismissed by mainstream academia for decades. When findings contradict the established narrative, the response is often skepticism or silence. Carbon dating results that place human constructions far earlier than expected are questioned. Researchers who pursue controversial theories risk professional marginalization. Even when undeniable evidence emerges, it is often presented in a way that frames it as an anomaly rather than a clue to a larger, hidden truth. This creates a tension between the evidence in the ground and the story that has been accepted in classrooms for generations. Part of the problem lies in the very framework we use to define civilization. Traditional archaeology has long equated civilization with certain markers: permanent settlements, agriculture, writing, metallurgy, and hierarchical governance. Yet what if these markers are not the only measure of complexity? What if advanced social organization, monumental construction, and long-term planning could exist independently of writing or farming? Sites like Göbekli Tepe suggest precisely this. They indicate that sophisticated knowledge and culture can emerge in forms that do not leave the kinds of records historians expect, challenging our definitions and assumptions. Furthermore, the conventional narrative often ignores the role of catastrophic events in shaping human history. The end of the last ice age, approximately 12,000 years ago, brought dramatic climate shifts and rising sea levels that could have submerged entire civilizations. The flooding of coastlines would have erased physical evidence of earlier societies, leaving only fragments for modern archaeologists to find. This perspective implies that the civilizations we know of, the Mesopotamians, Egyptians, and Harappans, may not have been the first humans to organize into cities. They may instead be the survivors of a cycle of rise, collapse, and rebuilding that has repeated multiple times over tens of thousands of years. Even maps and oral traditions hint at a world older and more connected than the standard timeline allows. Ancient maps sometimes depict coastlines submerged thousands of years ago, suggesting that advanced knowledge of geography existed far earlier than we have acknowledged. Oral myths, flood legends, and lost golden ages scattered across continents may encode memories of civilizations erased by time and catastrophe. These are not definitive proof of lost cities, but they are threads that, when combined with the physical evidence, begin to weave a picture of a world far older and more complex than the linear story we have been told. The tension between the official narrative and the emerging evidence is both intellectual and emotional. Accepting that cities existed before agriculture, or that sophisticated societies could rise and fall without leaving clear records, is unsettling. It forces us to confront the possibility that human history is far more fragile, cyclical, and mysterious than we imagined. It also challenges our sense of identity. We like to believe that our civilization is the culmination of human progress, a steady climb from ignorance to knowledge. What if we are merely the latest chapter in a story that has been written and erased countless times before? Yet, this is precisely why the evidence is so compelling. It invites us to reconsider assumptions, to question timelines, and to expand the scope of human imagination. The story of civilization may not be linear. It may not begin with the Sumerians, the Egyptians, or even the Indus Valley. Instead, it may stretch back into deep prehistory, across continents and oceans, in forms that were sophisticated, creative, and astonishingly advanced for their time. In the face of this, the official story feels incomplete. It cannot account for the prehistoric megastructures that demand organized labor without farming, or the submerged ruins that defy conventional dating. It cannot explain the consistency of megalithic construction across widely separated continents, or the advanced knowledge of astronomy evident in stone circles built thousands of years before Stonehenge. These anomalies are not exceptions, they are signals. Signals that the history we have been taught is a partial narrative, carefully curated by what has survived, what has been recorded, and what has been accepted. The challenge, then, is to look beyond the comfort of established timelines. To acknowledge that the gaps, silences, and contradictions in our understanding of prehistory are not failures but invitations. Invitations to explore, to question, and to recognize that the story of humanity is far more expansive than the fragments preserved in textbooks. Prehistoric cities, submerged civilizations, and enigmatic structures scattered across the globe all point to one undeniable conclusion: civilization did not begin when we were told it did. Civilization, in many forms, existed long before history began to record it. As we move forward into this exploration, it is essential to leave behind the assumption that human progress is linear and predictable. Instead, we must embrace uncertainty, complexity, and the possibility that what we know is only a small fraction of what once existed. The further we look into the past, the more it becomes clear that history is not a ladder but a series of layers, some of which have been buried, submerged, or erased. What remains are clues, fragments, and monuments that defy expectation, demanding a re-evaluation of everything we thought we knew about the origins of civilization. This is the story that unfolds in the sections to come, a journey across continents, climates, and millennia, piecing together a hidden history that challenges assumptions, questions linear narratives, and reveals the astonishing truth that humanity may have been building, planning, and thriving far earlier than anyone dared to imagine. It is a story of mystery, of discovery, and of revelation, and it begins with the simple but terrifying idea that our timeline may be wrong. And if it is wrong, then everything we think we know about civilization, progress, and human ingenuity may need to be rewritten. There is a question in archaeology that is rarely asked aloud, a question that hovers on the edge of professional propriety because its implications are so unsettling. What if our understanding of human history is fundamentally incomplete? For decades, mainstream archaeology has operated within a framework that assumes civilization developed gradually and sequentially, from simple hunter-gatherer societies to complex, city-building civilizations. This framework is reinforced by textbooks, academic curricula, and research funding. Deviate from it, and you risk being labeled a fringe theorist, an amateur, or worse, a career risk. Yet the evidence increasingly suggests that the questions that are avoided may be the most important ones of all. The reluctance to confront these anomalies is not merely a matter of stubbornness or ego. It is deeply structural. Archaeology, like any scientific discipline, depends on methodology, peer review, and reproducibility. But when discoveries challenge the accepted timeline, these systems of verification can become tools of suppression. Radiocarbon dates that place monumental constructions thousands of years earlier than expected are often met with skepticism, repeated testing, and attempts to discredit the context of the find. Sites that do not fit the linear progression from primitive to civilized are sometimes dismissed as natural formations or misinterpretations. Funding for exploration is harder to secure if the research threatens to upend the established narrative. The entire apparatus, intentionally or not, creates an environment where inconvenient truths are delayed, ignored, or quietly buried. Take Göbekli Tepe, for example. Discovered in southeastern Turkey, this massive stone complex dates back more than 11,000 years, long before the advent of agriculture. Its massive T-shaped pillars, intricate carvings, and carefully planned layouts suggest a society with the capacity for organization, engineering, and symbolic thought. Yet when the first carbon dating results were published, many in the academic community struggled to reconcile the findings with their understanding of primitive hunter-gatherers. Some suggested the dates were flawed, the site misinterpreted, or the labor force exaggerated. For years, Göbekli Tepe remained an anomaly, discussed cautiously, almost apologetically. And in that caution, a critical opportunity to re-examine the foundations of human history was delayed. This pattern repeats across continents. In the Amazon, lidar scans have revealed sprawling settlements hidden beneath dense jungle. Cities with roads, plazas, and geometric planning have emerged, seemingly impossible for a population thought to be lightly scattered and technologically simple. Yet the discovery, while spectacular, often meets with the same hesitation, either it is underplayed, attributed to misinterpretation, or couched in cautious language that preserves the conventional narrative. In essence, archaeology often prioritizes what is comfortable and explainable over what is shocking but accurate. The reason for this hesitancy is psychological as much as professional. Scholars, like anyone else, operate within a framework of assumptions about how the world works. Accepting that humans were capable of building sophisticated cities, planning landscapes, and organizing labor long before agriculture demands a fundamental shift in perspective. It challenges the narrative of linear progress and implies that human potential may have been far greater, and far older, than previously imagined. Such a realization is not only intellectually disruptive, it is emotionally unsettling. To acknowledge it is to admit that much of what we have been taught about ourselves, our origins, and the trajectory of civilization may be incomplete or even incorrect. Compounding this tension is the cultural and institutional inertia embedded in historical study. Textbooks, curricula, and popular media perpetuate the simplified story of gradual human progress because it is easy to teach and understand. The notion that civilization began suddenly in Mesopotamia or Egypt fits neatly into a model of cause and effect, of innovation building on innovation, and of progress as an upward march. It gives a sense of control, narrative coherence, and reassurance. But real history, especially prehistory, is rarely tidy. Catastrophes, climate changes, migrations, and collapses introduce chaos, irregularity, and discontinuity, elements that the orderly story of linear progress often obscures. Furthermore, the avoidance of difficult questions is reinforced by the stakes involved. Academics, particularly in archaeology, are evaluated not only on the quality of their research but also on their ability to operate within the field's prevailing paradigms. Proposing radical revisions of the timeline risks funding, publication opportunities, and professional credibility. It is safer, and often more rewarding, to focus on discoveries that fit the accepted story, to explore areas where anomalies are less threatening, and to interpret findings in ways that maintain the status quo. This is not conspiracy, it is human behavior shaped by incentives, risk management, and institutional pressures. Yet, history has a way of demanding attention, regardless of discomfort. When evidence accumulates across continents, centuries, and ecosystems, it becomes increasingly difficult to ignore. From submerged cities off the Indian coast to stone circles in the Sahara, the archaeological record hints at a world that is far older and more complex than the textbooks suggest. Each anomaly, each site that challenges assumptions, is a reminder that the questions we avoid may be the most critical to understanding who we are. The pattern is clear: human societies capable of monumental construction, sophisticated organization, and symbolic culture existed long before we believed it possible. One of the most striking aspects of these discoveries is the absence of conventional markers of civilization. Many of these prehistoric societies left no written records, no coins, no monumental palaces, and no apparent hierarchies that we recognize. Their cities were organized, yet not in the way that later civilizations were. This challenges a core assumption, that complexity and permanence require writing, agriculture, or state governance. Instead, these sites suggest that social sophistication can manifest in ways that are subtle, yet monumental. They force a re-evaluation of what it means to be civilized and how we measure cultural achievement. Moreover, these forbidden questions are not just academic exercises, they have profound implications for our understanding of human potential. If humans were capable of advanced planning, engineering, and social coordination tens of thousands of years ago, then the origin of intelligence and ingenuity is far older than we have admitted. It suggests that the capacity for culture, technology, and cooperation may not have been a sudden development, but a persistent trait of our species, one that has been repeatedly expressed, forgotten, and rediscovered across time. In this context, the civilizations we traditionally consider first are not the beginning but the continuation of a story whose earliest chapters remain obscured. The tension between evidence and expectation, between curiosity and institutional resistance, is where the true drama of archaeology lies. It is not merely a matter of uncovering stones, tools, or ruins, it is a confrontation with the possibility that history itself is far more mysterious, fragile, and complex than we are prepared to admit. These are the forbidden questions. What if civilizations existed before civilization? What if knowledge and sophistication emerged, disappeared, and re-emerged across the millennia? What if our timeline is not a straight line, but a series of cycles punctuated by forgotten brilliance? Engaging with these questions requires courage, imagination, and a willingness to face uncertainty. It demands that we let go of comforting narratives and embrace a history that is messy, layered, and often contradictory. But it is only by asking the questions that have been avoided, by confronting the anomalies that disrupt our assumptions, that we can begin to glimpse the true depth of human history. As we explore the prehistoric megacities that follow, it will become clear that what we thought was impossible may, in fact, be the reality of a past civilization far older and more sophisticated than anyone imagined. The structures, the planning, the evidence of social organization, all of it points to a human story that has been partially erased, misunderstood, or deliberately overlooked. And in asking the questions that mainstream archaeology has often avoided, we are not indulging in speculation, we are confronting evidence that refuses to fit the narrow confines of conventional timelines. The forbidden question is simple: what if history is older, deeper, and far more complex than we have been told? Answering it may require rewriting the story of humanity itself. It may demand that we accept that our ancestors were far more capable than we ever imagined, that civilization's roots extend beyond agriculture, writing, or state governance, and that the narrative of progress is far less linear than we have assumed. In exploring this possibility, we not only challenge the past, we open the door to understanding ourselves, our potential, and the fragile, astonishing arc of human existence. Göbekli Tepe is the kind of discovery that forces historians, archaeologists, and anyone who studies human history to stop and reconsider everything they thought they knew about the origins of civilization. Located in southeastern Turkey, this monumental complex predates not just the pyramids of Egypt, but even the earliest known agricultural communities by thousands of years. Its massive T-shaped stone pillars, many carved with intricate animal reliefs, are arranged in circular enclosures, some reaching over 20 feet in height. The scale alone is staggering. But it is not just size that astonishes, it is the sophistication of the design. The pillars are arranged with purpose, aligned with celestial phenomena, and carved with symbols that suggest a symbolic or ritualistic function. This is not the work of nomadic bands struggling to survive. This is a society capable of planning, organizing labor, and conceptualizing abstract ideas on a grand scale. What makes Göbekli Tepe particularly perplexing is the apparent contradiction between its complexity and the assumed capabilities of the people who built it. Conventional wisdom holds that hunter-gatherers, without agriculture, metallurgy, or permanent settlements, could not undertake projects requiring the coordinated effort of dozens or even hundreds of people over extended periods. Yet here, in the barren hills of Anatolia, are structures that demand just that. Stone blocks weighing several tons were quarried, transported, and shaped with incredible precision. The carvings depict lions, scorpions, vultures, snakes, and other wildlife in dynamic forms that reveal keen observational skill. Every element of Göbekli Tepe reflects intention and foresight, challenging the narrative that complexity must follow farming. Adding to the enigma is the site's apparent deliberate burial. Archaeologists have discovered layers of stones carefully covering the enclosures, suggesting that the builders themselves intentionally buried their creation. Why would a society expend monumental effort to construct these enclosures only to cover them again? Some theorists suggest ritual closure, a form of sacred preservation, or perhaps a response to environmental change. Others argue it might have been a symbolic act, a conscious statement about cycles of life, death, and renewal. Whatever the reason, the act of burial indicates that these people were thinking in long-term, abstract terms, concepts that historians traditionally assign only to much later, civilized societies. Göbekli Tepe was not an isolated phenomenon. In the surrounding region, archaeologists have discovered multiple sites with similar structures, including Karahan Tepe and Navali Kori. The existence of these nearby complexes suggests a network of sites, implying that this was not the work of a single group but part of a broader cultural movement. These sites share architectural features, symbolic motifs, and construction techniques, indicating communication, shared knowledge, and coordinated cultural practices. It becomes clear that southeastern Anatolia was once a hub of innovation, ritual, and communal effort long before written history records kings, empires, or formal governance. The implications of Göbekli Tepe extend far beyond archaeology. It forces us to question the origin story of civilization itself. If people were capable of monumental construction before agriculture, then the traditional cause and effect model of history, where food surpluses enable settlement, which leads to social complexity, may be incomplete or even backwards. Perhaps the drive to build, to organize, and to create ritual centers preceded, and even prompted, the development of agriculture. Perhaps humans were drawn to civilization not because of necessity, but because of imagination, community, and the desire for meaning. The site also reshapes our understanding of intelligence and cooperation in prehistoric societies. Organizing the labor required to construct Göbekli Tepe would have demanded leadership, planning, and social cohesion. Hunter-gatherer groups are typically thought to be small, mobile, and egalitarian. Yet the builders of Göbekli Tepe must have coordinated groups far larger than the average foraging band. This suggests sophisticated social structures existed long before historians ever credited humans with such capabilities. In essence, these were not primitive societies, they were complex, innovative, and deeply cultural. Göbekli Tepe's symbolism further deepens the mystery. The carvings on its pillars, particularly the recurring depictions of animals, suggest more than decoration, they convey ideas, beliefs, and perhaps narratives central to this prehistoric society. Some scholars propose that these symbols reflect cosmology, myths, or even proto-writing, encoding knowledge that we are only beginning to decipher. Unlike the written records of later civilizations, these symbols communicate through imagery, storytelling, and shared cultural understanding. They imply a level of cognitive sophistication that is strikingly modern, a capacity for abstraction and symbolism that challenges assumptions about the timeline of human intellectual development. The discovery of Göbekli Tepe also raises uncomfortable questions about what might have been lost to time. The site itself represents only a fragment of a larger cultural landscape, much of which remains unexcavated or has been destroyed by millennia of erosion, agriculture, and construction. If one site of this magnitude existed in southeastern Turkey, how many others might have existed elsewhere, now lost beneath deserts, forests, or oceans? The question forces us to confront the possibility that the story of civilization is only partially visible, that our history books may be missing entire chapters that predate the earliest known cities. Moreover, Göbekli Tepe challenges assumptions about human motivation and purpose. The traditional view portrays prehistoric humans as focused on survival, finding food, shelter, and safety. But Göbekli Tepe suggests a society capable of thinking far beyond immediate needs. Its builders invested enormous resources and labor into structures that appear ritualistic, symbolic, and potentially spiritual. They were creating meaning, exploring ideas, and building for the long term, even in the absence of agriculture or formal governance. This is not survivalism, this is a precursor to civilization, an expression of creativity, collaboration, and aspiration. The site also confronts the uncomfortable tension between evidence and belief in academia. For decades, its significance was underestimated because it did not fit the accepted narrative. When confronted with anomalies, the instinct was to downplay or reinterpret them rather than revise the overarching timeline. This is part of a larger pattern in archaeology, where evidence that threatens established paradigms is often marginalized. Yet Göbekli Tepe cannot be ignored. Its physical reality is undeniable. Its scale and sophistication demand acknowledgement. It forces historians and researchers to expand the boundaries of what is considered possible in prehistoric human society. Göbekli Tepe's discovery has opened a door into a world that was once hidden and thought impossible. It reveals that humans were capable of architectural, social, and symbolic sophistication far earlier than previously believed. It suggests that civilization did not emerge from necessity alone, but from a combination of imagination, social cohesion, and symbolic expression. It hints at a past in which human potential was realized in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. As we consider Göbekli Tepe and its implications, it becomes clear that this site is more than a remarkable archaeological find, it is a challenge to the narrative of human history itself. It is a call to reconsider what we know, to ask the questions that have been avoided, and to explore the prehistoric world with new eyes. Göbekli Tepe stands as a monument not just to the people who built it, but to the enduring mystery of our own origins. It is a place where history refuses to be simplified, where the timeline breaks, and where the story of civilization begins to look far more complex, far older, and far more astonishing than we ever imagined. Who were the people who built Göbekli Tepe, and how did they achieve what we have been told was impossible for their time? This question strikes at the heart of everything we think we know about prehistoric humanity. Conventional wisdom depicts hunter-gatherers as small, mobile groups focused on survival, with little capacity for long-term planning, monumental construction, or social organization beyond immediate kin. Yet Göbekli Tepe and similar sites force us to confront an uncomfortable reality. The builders were capable of extraordinary feats, far beyond the expectations of conventional archaeology. They organized labor, transported massive stones, carved intricate symbols, and aligned structures with precision, tasks requiring coordination, planning, and shared purpose. The scale and sophistication of their work challenged the very notion of what it meant to be primitive. To understand this paradox, we need to examine the context in which these people lived. They were not farmers. They did not cultivate crops or domesticate animals at the time Göbekli Tepe was constructed. They relied on hunting, gathering, and foraging, subsisting in a world that demanded constant mobility and adaptability. Yet, despite this lifestyle, they undertook projects that required sustained effort over decades. This suggests that social cohesion and collective motivation were not incidental but central to their culture. They were capable of inspiring participation in labor-intensive projects without the coercive structures, kings, armies, or bureaucracies, that we usually associate with early civilizations. The question then becomes, what motivated them? Why invest so much in structures that were clearly symbolic, monumental, and labor-intensive? Some researchers propose that religion and ritual may have played a key role. Göbekli Tepe's T-shaped pillars, adorned with carvings of lions, snakes, vultures, and other animals, suggest that the site was a center of spiritual or ceremonial significance. These symbols may have communicated myths, cosmology, or shared beliefs that bound the community together. Ritual, in this context, becomes a powerful driver of social cohesion. The need to participate, to contribute to a collective act of meaning-making, could have been as compelling as the need to gather food or seek shelter. In other words, these hunter-gatherers were motivated by ideas, by shared imagination, and by a sense of purpose that transcended immediate survival. This is a profound shift in how we understand human potential in prehistory. The complexity of Göbekli Tepe also indicates that knowledge was transmitted across generations. Quarries, tools, construction techniques, and symbolic conventions would have required learning, practice, and coordination. This implies the existence of teaching, apprenticeship, and possibly ritualized knowledge transfer. These people were thinking beyond their immediate needs, they were planning for the future, creating structures that would outlast their lifetimes, and leaving a cultural imprint that echoes across millennia. Such foresight challenges the stereotype of prehistoric humans as short-term thinkers, acting only to survive. Instead, it suggests intelligence, creativity, and social organization that rival much later civilizations. Another remarkable aspect of the builders is their ability to manipulate the natural environment. Moving multi-ton stones across uneven terrain, erecting massive pillars with precise alignment, and constructing circular enclosures all required ingenuity and a deep understanding of materials, leverage, and geometry. These are not random constructions, they are carefully calculated works that demonstrate problem-solving on a scale we rarely associate with non-agricultural societies. Every stone, every carving, every placement speaks to intentionality, coordination, and mastery of the physical world. This was sophisticated engineering emerging in a context that conventional history would have deemed impossible. Yet, despite this sophistication, there is no evidence of social stratification in the way later civilizations display it. There are no palaces, no monumental tombs, no clear rulers recorded in inscriptions. Leadership, if it existed, was likely situational or consensual, emerging from respect, skill, or ritual authority rather than hereditary power. This challenges the notion that hierarchy is a prerequisite for large-scale projects. Göbekli Tepe demonstrates that complexity does not necessarily require kings, armies, or bureaucracies. It shows that humans are capable of organizing themselves around shared vision, shared belief, and collective purpose, even in the absence of formal governance. The people who built Göbekli Tepe also seem to have had an intimate relationship with the natural world. Many of the carvings depict local fauna with striking realism, suggesting keen observation, symbolic interpretation, and perhaps even a proto-scientific understanding of the environment. This connection to nature implies not only survival skills but also cultural expression, communication, and reverence. They were not just manipulating their environment for survival, they were engaging with it symbolically and meaningfully. This depth of awareness suggests a worldview that integrated practical knowledge, ritual, and cosmology, an approach to life that was holistic, deliberate, and deeply human. Furthermore, the deliberate burial of Göbekli Tepe raises profound questions about cultural intention and legacy. Why would a society go to such lengths to construct monumental enclosures, only to bury them centuries later? Some propose that it was an act of ritual closure, a way to preserve the sanctity of the site or to mark the end of a cultural phase. Others speculate that environmental pressures, population movements, or social transformations necessitated concealment. Regardless of the reason, the act itself is evidence of forward thinking, symbolic awareness, and an understanding of temporality. These people were thinking about history, about memory, and about cultural inheritance, concepts that historians have traditionally associated with much later civilizations. When we consider all of this together, a picture emerges of prehistoric humans who were far more capable, innovative, and socially complex than previously imagined. They were not merely surviving, they were creating, organizing, symbolizing, and planning. They engaged in monumental construction, coordinated large-scale labor, transmitted knowledge across generations, and expressed abstract ideas through art and architecture. They were sophisticated engineers, communicators, and visionaries operating in a world that conventional history insists should have been simple and primitive. The implications are staggering. If hunter-gatherers were capable of such achievements, then the narrative that civilization emerged solely from agriculture must be reconsidered. Perhaps the drive to build, to create, and to ritualize was a precursor to farming, not a consequence of it. Perhaps the earliest sparks of civilization were born not from necessity, but from imagination, collaboration, and cultural expression. If this is true, then our understanding of human potential, social evolution, and the origins of complexity must expand dramatically. The builders of Göbekli Tepe force us to confront uncomfortable truths. Intelligence, creativity, and social sophistication are not inventions of the past 6,000 years, they are traits inherent to our species, expressed whenever humans are given the opportunity to collaborate and create. They challenge our assumptions about what is possible, when it is possible, and who is capable of it. And most importantly, they remind us that much of human history may be lost, hidden, or deliberately concealed, leaving us only fragments and monuments to puzzle over millennia later. In contemplating these people, we are compelled to reassess everything: the timeline of civilization, the capabilities of prehistoric humans, and the factors that drive societies to build, organize, and express themselves. The builders of Göbekli Tepe were not primitive, they were sophisticated, visionary, and deeply human. They created structures that have survived longer than entire civilizations, forcing us to question the very foundation of what we call history. In the shadow of their work, the notion of linear progress seems inadequate, and the human story stretches far deeper, far richer, and far more astonishing than we have been taught. Why would a society that built something as monumental as Göbekli Tepe intentionally bury it? This is one of the most perplexing questions in archaeology, and it strikes at the heart of our understanding of prehistoric human behavior. The site was not abandoned due to destruction, war, or simple neglect. Instead, archaeologists have found clear evidence that its massive stone enclosures were carefully and deliberately buried under layers of soil and rubble. Entire circles of T-shaped pillars were covered, some almost completely concealed, while others remained partially exposed, as if the builders wanted to leave a trace while simultaneously hiding it. The act itself is astonishing. It suggests foresight, planning, and ritual awareness, concepts we typically associate with much later civilizations. To construct, decorate, and then bury a site of such magnitude implies intention on a level that challenges our basic assumptions about prehistoric humans. The reasons behind this deliberate burial are still debated, but every plausible explanation underscores the complexity of the society that built it. One theory suggests ritual closure: the site may have served as a sacred ceremonial center, and the act of burial represented the completion of a spiritual or cultural cycle. Just as later civilizations built temples, pyramids, and tombs to honor deities or ancestors, the people of Göbekli Tepe may have buried their monuments to sanctify them, to mark the passage of time, or to protect the sacred space from decay. In this sense, the burial is not destruction but preservation, a conscious decision to control the legacy of their work and to communicate a symbolic message to future generations, even if the meaning has been lost to us. Another theory proposes that the burial was a response to environmental or social change. The end of the last ice age brought dramatic shifts in climate, including fluctuations in temperature, rainfall, and the availability of flora and fauna. These changes may have forced communities to migrate, adapt, or restructure their society. In such a scenario, the burial of Göbekli Tepe could have been an act of practical foresight, protecting the site from natural forces, making it easier to abandon temporarily, or leaving it for future groups to rediscover. This would imply that the builders had not only organizational capacity but also strategic thinking and a long-term view of their environment, abilities rarely attributed to pre-agricultural societies. There is also the possibility that the burial served a symbolic or metaphysical purpose. Many researchers note that the carvings on the pillars, depicting lions, vultures, snakes, and other animals, suggest ritualistic and spiritual significance. Covering the site might have been an act of sanctification, a ritual of closure, or even a form of communication with the ancestors or the divine. By burying their creations, the builders could have been marking a transition, ending one phase of communal life and preparing for another. This implies a sophisticated understanding of cultural continuity and temporal awareness. They were not only building for the present but also engaging with concepts of memory, history, and legacy. The logistics of the burial itself are equally astounding. Moving massive stones to cover already monumental structures would have required careful planning, coordination, and immense labor. This was not a spontaneous act, it was deliberate and organized. It speaks to a society capable of mobilizing its members around shared goals that were abstract rather than immediately practical. It reinforces the idea that these people were capable of long-term planning, social cooperation, and cultural expression at a level far beyond what conventional narratives of hunter-gatherers suggest. The burial, in this context, becomes almost as impressive as the construction itself, a second monumental feat executed with precision and intention. Furthermore, the act of burying Göbekli Tepe forces us to reconsider the concept of abandonment in prehistoric archaeology. Traditionally, when a site is found buried or no longer in use, it is often assumed to have been forgotten, neglected, or destroyed. But at Göbekli Tepe, the burial is purposeful and deliberate, suggesting a sophisticated understanding of permanence and impermanence. These people were aware that time erodes physical structures, and they acted to shape the fate of their creations. It is an early example of conscious cultural preservation, a behavior we often associate with literate, state-level societies, not hunter-gatherers. The implications of this deliberate concealment extend beyond the site itself. If humans were capable of such complex symbolic behavior over 11,000 years ago, then the origins of culture, ritual, and long-term planning must be reconsidered. Civilization may not have emerged solely as a consequence of agriculture, writing, or hierarchy. Instead, the desire to create, to ritualize, and to leave a legacy may have preceded those developments, shaping the course of human social evolution. The burial of Göbekli Tepe suggests that humans were thinking in terms of history, memory, and cultural transmission long before formal states or written records existed. Moreover, the deliberate burial raises questions about lost knowledge. By covering the site, the builders may have intentionally removed it from immediate use, creating a cultural gap between themselves and future generations. This act of concealment suggests that knowledge, ritual, and social organization could be deliberately hidden, leaving later societies to rediscover it in fragments. It may explain why there is such a sudden appearance of complex civilizations thousands of years later, as if knowledge had been passed down in pieces or partially forgotten. This possibility challenges the assumption that progress is always linear, showing instead that human development is vulnerable, cyclical, and susceptible to interruption. The burial also forces us to confront a fundamental question: how much of our prehistoric past has been lost or remains undiscovered? If one site like Göbekli Tepe could be hidden for thousands of years, what else might have existed? Submerged cities, destroyed settlements, and eroded monuments may hold evidence of civilizations older and more sophisticated than we currently recognize. The burial at Göbekli Tepe serves as a reminder that absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It is a signal that much of the human story has been concealed by time, deliberate action, or the forces of nature. Finally, the psychological impact of this intentional burial cannot be overstated. It forces us to reconsider our definitions of intelligence, purpose, and civilization. These people were not reacting purely to survival pressures. They were capable of abstract thought, long-term planning, and symbolic reasoning. They engaged with the concepts of sacred space, cultural legacy, and ritual closure. They demonstrated that the human capacity for innovation, creativity, and social cohesion is not limited to periods with agriculture, writing, or states. These were fully human societies, sophisticated in ways we are only beginning to comprehend. In the end, the deliberate burial of Göbekli Tepe is not a mystery to be solved with a single explanation. It is a profound statement about the capabilities of prehistoric humans, a testament to their vision, their organization, and their understanding of the world around them. It challenges every assumption about the origins of civilization and forces us to reconsider the timeline of human cultural evolution. The people who built and buried Göbekli Tepe were thinkers, creators, and planners, operating on a scale that continues to astonish and humble us. Their actions compel us to question not just what we know about history, but how much of that history remains hidden, waiting to be uncovered, interpreted, and understood. As we look beyond the boundaries of Göbekli Tepe, the mysteries of ancient civilizations continue to unfold across the globe. Each new discovery, whether buried beneath the oceans, hidden in dense jungles, or concealed under the sands of the desert, suggests that humanity's history is far older, more interconnected, and more sophisticated than we have been led to believe. If Göbekli Tepe is the first of many forgotten monuments, then we must begin to reconsider the very foundation of our understanding of the past. In different corners of the world, similar enigmas are emerging, often in places where we least expect them. These discoveries are not isolated anomalies but part of a larger, global puzzle that challenges the linear narratives traditionally taught in schools. One such discovery is the submerged city off the coast of India near the Gulf of Cambay. In 2001, sonar scans revealed what appeared to be the outlines of an ancient city, complete with streets, structures, and walls, submerged at a depth of over 120 feet beneath the ocean. Radiocarbon dating placed the city at over 9,000 years old, well before the rise of known civilizations like Mesopotamia or the Indus Valley. This site, often referred to as the Lost City of Dvarka, aligns with the ancient Hindu texts that describe a magnificent city submerged beneath the sea, suggesting that the legends of lost civilizations may be more than just myth. If the Gulf of Cambay's submerged ruins are indeed the remains of a once thriving city, it would rewrite the timeline of human civilization, pushing back the origins of urbanization to a time when the first riverside civilizations had not yet emerged. Similarly, in the dense Amazon rainforest, the use of lidar technology has revolutionized our understanding of pre-Columbian societies. For decades, it was assumed that the Amazon was sparsely populated, a place where isolated tribes lived in harmony with nature, with no evidence of complex cities or urban centers. But in recent years, lidar, a remote sensing technology that uses lasers to map the ground beneath the forest canopy, has revealed sprawling, sophisticated urban complexes buried beneath the thick jungle. In 2018, researchers uncovered a vast network of interconnected cities in northern Guatemala, the heart of the ancient Maya civilization, which had been obscured by centuries of overgrowth. These cities were far more extensive than previously thought, with wide streets, plazas, and elaborate drainage systems. And in the Amazon basin, lidar scans have uncovered evidence of massive pre-Columbian cities, some of which may have housed millions of people. These findings force us to rethink the idea that indigenous populations of the Americas lived in small, isolated groups, instead suggesting that they may have built and maintained vast, interconnected urban centers with remarkable technological and social complexity. Then there is the discovery of the ruins of Nan Madol, a series of man-made stone structures in the Pacific Ocean on the island of Pohnpei in Micronesia. Built on a series of small artificial islands, Nan Madol consists of hundreds of massive basalt stones, some weighing as much as 50 tons, arranged with incredible precision. The purpose of Nan Madol remains unclear, but it is believed to have served as a ceremonial and political center for the ancient civilization that once thrived on Pohnpei. What is particularly fascinating about Nan Madol is that it predates European contact with the Pacific by over 1,000 years, suggesting that the inhabitants of the island had mastered stone construction on an extraordinary scale without the benefit of writing or complex metallurgy. The site is often referred to as the Venice of the Pacific, because of its network of canals and its apparent role as a city of power and influence, yet no one truly understands how such an advanced society could have developed without the technological advantages that we associate with ancient empires. Like Göbekli Tepe, Nan Madol invites us to question the role of innovation, adaptation, and culture in human history. In Egypt, one of the most recent and controversial discoveries involves the underground network of tunnels beneath the Great Pyramids of Giza. Although mainstream Egyptology has long held that the Great Pyramid was built as a tomb for the pharaoh Khufu, new investigations using advanced radar technology have revealed an extensive network of hidden chambers and passageways under the pyramid, some of which are unexplored and might contain evidence of advanced technologies or lost knowledge. These findings challenge the conventional theory of how the pyramids were constructed, suggesting that there may be more to the ancient Egyptian civilization than we have been told. If these tunnels are part of a larger, hidden system, then the possibility exists that the Egyptians, far from being the first to build great monuments, might have inherited this knowledge from an even more ancient and sophisticated society, one whose existence has been lost to history. Even in Europe, the story of ancient civilization is beginning to change. The discovery of megalithic structures in places like Malta and the Canary Islands further complicates the narrative of early human development. The hypogeum of House Aflini, an underground complex in Malta, dates back over 5,000 years and contains elaborate carvings, chambers, and even soundproof rooms that seem to have been used for ritualistic purposes. The site suggests that the people of Malta had an advanced understanding of acoustics and architecture, knowledge that was far beyond the capabilities of most of their contemporaries. In the Canary Islands, similarly mysterious structures, including massive stone pyramids and intricate agricultural terraces, point to a society with a level of technological and organizational skill that was thought to be impossible for the time period. What these discoveries have in common is not only their age but their implications for our understanding of human history. They reveal that ancient civilizations were far more diverse, connected, and advanced than we have ever imagined. These were societies that were capable of monumental construction, sophisticated urban planning, and cultural expression long before the rise of the great civilizations of Mesopotamia, Egypt, and the Indus Valley. If these sites represent a forgotten chapter of human history, then they compel us to rethink everything from the origins of agriculture to the development of writing, governance, and social complexity. The interconnectedness of these discoveries also suggests that the story of human civilization is not one of isolated, independent cultures but rather one of exchange, migration, and influence. Just as Göbekli Tepe seems to have been part of a broader cultural movement across southeastern Anatolia, so too do the submerged cities of the Gulf of Cambay, the Amazonian urban centers, and the ruins of Nan Madol suggest a world of interconnected peoples and ideas. These civilizations may not have been primitive in the ways we think, they may have shared knowledge, technologies, and cultural practices across vast distances, connecting the distant corners of the ancient world in ways that we have only begun to uncover. But perhaps most astonishing of all is the realization that much of this history may still be hidden from us. If there were civilizations capable of creating monumental architecture, advanced city planning, and sophisticated cultural practices thousands of years ago, how much more is still waiting to be discovered? How many lost cities lie buried beneath the ocean, hidden under dense jungles, or concealed in the deserts, waiting to reveal their secrets? The idea that human history is far more complex and far older than we have been taught is both humbling and exciting. It invites us to reconsider the very foundation of what we know about the past and challenges us to rethink our place in the story of humanity. As we uncover more of these hidden civilizations, the narrative of human history becomes increasingly intricate, interconnected, and mysterious. The notion that civilization arose only in the last few thousand years, after the advent of agriculture and writing, is increasingly difficult to sustain. We must begin to accept that humanity's history is not a straightforward tale of progress but rather a much more complicated, cyclical story, one in which civilizations rise, flourish, and then fall, leaving behind only ruins, myths, and legends. Perhaps, as we dig deeper, we will uncover even more ancient mysteries, fragments of a forgotten history that could radically change our understanding of the origins of civilization. As we dive deeper into the mysteries of the past, we are often left with the question of why certain civilizations, structures, and knowledge seem to have disappeared without a trace, buried under layers of time, war, or environmental changes. The notion that vast swaths of human history have been erased, not just forgotten, but deliberately concealed or lost to the forces of nature, is both unsettling and compelling. One such mystery that continually challenges our understanding of ancient history is the story of the great civilizations that predate the commonly accepted origins of civilization. If there were societies that built monumental structures and created complex urban centers long before the emergence of the Sumerians or Egyptians, what happened to them? What caused their collapse, and why is their legacy so hidden from modern history? This question brings us to the enigma of the Sahara Desert. Today, the Sahara is an inhospitable expanse of sand and rock, the largest hot desert in the world. It is difficult to imagine that this desolate landscape was once home to a thriving and diverse human civilization, but recent discoveries are forcing us to reimagine the history of North Africa. Thousands of years ago, the Sahara was a fertile region, teeming with lakes, rivers, and vast grasslands. Evidence suggests that this once lush environment hosted human settlements, some of which may have had advanced knowledge of agriculture, architecture, and social organization long before these traits were seen in other parts of the world. The discovery of prehistoric cave paintings in the Tassili-Eniger mountain range, depicting scenes of hunting, dancing, and ceremonial life, offers a glimpse into the culture of the people who lived there. Archaeologists have also uncovered remains of ancient settlements and tools in the Sahara that suggest the people who lived there had sophisticated methods of construction and urban planning. Some of these settlements, which date back over 10,000 years, show evidence of permanent homes and communal structures, indicating a level of organization and planning that challenges the conventional view of early human societies. Yet, much of this evidence is buried beneath the shifting sands, hidden from view by the harsh climate and the forces of erosion. These discoveries raise an unsettling question: what happened to the civilization that once thrived in the Sahara? How did a lush, vibrant landscape transform into the barren desert we know today? One possible answer lies in the gradual shift in the Earth's climate. The Sahara's transformation from a green, habitable region to the arid desert it is today may have occurred over thousands of years, driven by long-term shifts in the Earth's orbit and climate patterns. As the region dried out, the communities living there were forced to adapt, migrate, or abandon their settlements. Some researchers propose that the collapse of this once thriving civilization in the Sahara may have been triggered by these environmental changes, leading to the displacement of entire populations and the eventual loss of their knowledge and culture. Over time, the people who once lived in this vibrant region may have moved to other parts of Africa or beyond, taking their knowledge with them or leaving it behind in the form of myths, legends, and the occasional ruin. But what if the collapse of these civilizations was not entirely natural? What if other forces were at play? Some researchers have suggested that the rise of agricultural societies, particularly in the Nile Valley, may have contributed to the decline of the Sahara's once thriving civilizations. The advent of farming and the growth of large urban centers could have changed the dynamics of power, resources, and knowledge. As these agricultural societies flourished, they may have displaced or absorbed the more nomadic, hunter-gatherer cultures that once dominated the Sahara. This shift from a more egalitarian, decentralized society to a more hierarchical, centralized one could have led to the gradual erosion of the older civilization's way of life. There is also the possibility that the people of the Sahara were not the only ones to experience this kind of dramatic shift. Other ancient civilizations, such as those of the Americas and Asia, seem to have suffered similar fates. In the Amazon rainforest, for example, the remains of ancient cities have been uncovered, revealing a once thriving urban culture that vanished long before the arrival of Europeans. These cities, which appear to have been abandoned for reasons that are still not entirely understood, suggest that a complex and highly organized society once existed in the heart of the Amazon basin. Yet, much like the lost civilizations of the Sahara, these people left little trace of their existence. Their cities were swallowed by the jungle, and their achievements were forgotten by history until modern archaeologists uncovered the first clues. One of the most striking features of these ancient cities is their scale. Some of the urban centers discovered in the Amazon region rival those of ancient Mesopotamia or Mesoamerica in terms of complexity and organization. Massive earthworks, intricate roadways, and vast ceremonial plazas have all been uncovered, pointing to a sophisticated understanding of engineering and urban planning. Yet, like the Sahara, these cities were abandoned, their people mysteriously disappearing, leaving behind only the faintest traces of their former glory. What could have caused such a sudden and complete collapse? Was it the result of environmental degradation, disease, or warfare? Or did some other, more enigmatic force contribute to the fall of these ancient societies? The answer, it seems, may lie in the complex interplay between human civilization and the natural environment. Ancient societies, whether in the Sahara, the Amazon, or elsewhere, were deeply connected to the land, relying on it for food, water, and resources. As the environment changed, whether through climate shifts, natural disasters, or human activity, the societies built on that land began to crumble. This connection to the land, while providing stability and prosperity, also left these civilizations vulnerable to the very forces that had supported their growth. It is possible that the collapse of these ancient civilizations was not the result of a single cause but rather the culmination of multiple, interwoven factors: environmental change, shifts in power, and the unforeseen consequences of human activity. This understanding of the rise and fall of civilizations forces us to reconsider how we view the history of human development. Rather than seeing the rise of agriculture, urbanization, and technology as a linear progression toward a more advanced society, we must acknowledge that civilizations may have risen and fallen multiple times throughout history, leaving behind only fragments of their existence. Each new discovery, whether in the sands of the Sahara, beneath the jungles of the Amazon, or in the depths of the ocean, offers a new piece of the puzzle, a puzzle that may never be fully completed. It challenges us to expand our understanding of the past, to question the accepted narratives, and to accept that much of human history remains shrouded in mystery. Perhaps, as we continue to uncover these lost civilizations, we will gain new insights into the complex relationship between humanity and the environment. The fact that these ancient societies were able to thrive for centuries, even millennia, suggests that humans have always had the capacity to adapt to their surroundings, to innovate and create, and to build societies of remarkable complexity. Yet, the sudden disappearance of these societies reminds us of our vulnerability, how easily civilizations can crumble when faced with changing circumstances. What we learn from the ruins of these ancient cultures may offer important lessons for our own time, as we face the challenges of climate change, resource depletion, and social instability. In the end, the mysteries of these lost civilizations are not just about the past, they are a window into our future. They remind us that history is not a simple, linear progression, but a complex and often unpredictable series of events that can be shaped by forces both human and natural. What we learn from these ancient cultures, whether in the Sahara, the Amazon, or elsewhere, could help us navigate the challenges of our own age and ensure that we do not repeat the mistakes of those who came before us. As we uncover more of the past, we are also looking into the future, searching for answers that could shape the course of human history for generations to come. As we continue to uncover the layers of history buried beneath the surface of the earth, we encounter even more astonishing evidence that challenges our understanding of human civilization. What makes these discoveries particularly intriguing is that many of them suggest the possibility of advanced societies that existed long before we thought humans were capable of creating complex cultures, technologies, and monumental architecture. One such enigma that continues to baffle archaeologists and historians is the discovery of massive stone structures in various parts of the world that appear to predate known civilizations by thousands of years. The sheer scale and complexity of these ancient sites raise questions about the origins of human ingenuity and the true capabilities of early societies. Take, for example, the megalithic structures found in places like Baalbek, Lebanon. The site is famous for its enormous stone blocks, some of which weigh more than 1,000 tons. These blocks, which were quarried, transported, and precisely placed into position, form the foundation of the Temple of Jupiter in Baalbek. The sheer size of these stones and the technological sophistication required to move and place them challenge our assumptions about the capabilities of ancient societies. How were these massive stones transported over such vast distances? What tools and techniques did the builders have at their disposal to shape and fit these colossal blocks with such precision? And why, after all this time, is there still no clear explanation for how they were built? Some researchers believe that the answer may lie in the possibility that the builders of Baalbek had access to technologies or methods that have been lost to history. The precise way the stones fit together, without the need for mortar or cement, suggests a level of engineering skill that we typically associate with much later periods. One hypothesis suggests that the ancient builders may have used advanced methods of moving large stones, such as leveraging ramps or cranes, or perhaps even more sophisticated technologies that have since been forgotten. Some even speculate that these techniques could have been handed down from a much earlier civilization, one that existed long before the rise of the Phoenicians or the Romans. If this is the case, it raises an intriguing possibility, that there were civilizations that existed in remote antiquity, whose knowledge was lost, destroyed, or hidden away over time, leaving only the remnants of their achievements behind. The mystery of Baalbek is far from unique. Similar megalithic sites have been found across the globe, each of which raises more questions than answers. In Peru, the ruins of Sacsayhuaman in the ancient Inca capital of Cusco feature massive stone walls constructed with perfectly cut stones that fit together so precisely that not even a piece of paper can be inserted between them. These stones, some of which weigh several tons, were transported from quarries many miles away, yet they are so perfectly arranged that it is difficult to imagine how the ancient builders could have achieved such precision with the tools available to them at the time. Even more perplexing is the fact that there is no evidence of mortar, suggesting that the stones were held in place solely by their weight and the precision of their cuts. How were these massive stones shaped and arranged in such a way that they have withstood centuries of earthquakes and natural disasters? And what kind of knowledge did the builders possess that allowed them to create such lasting structures? Similar mysteries arise in places like Stonehenge in England and the megalithic temples of Malta. At Stonehenge, massive stones, some weighing up to 40 tons, were transported over long distances and carefully arranged in a circular formation. Despite extensive research, the methods used to move and place these stones remain a mystery. Was it simply a matter of brute force, or did the ancient builders have access to more advanced engineering techniques? In Malta, the megalithic temples of Hagar Kim and Najdra, dating back over 5,000 years, feature massive stones that were carefully shaped and arranged to form complex structures with precise astronomical alignments. How did the builders of these temples, who lacked the wheel and metal tools, achieve such a feat of engineering? The common thread that runs through all these sites is their apparent precision and sophistication, which seem to defy the capabilities of the societies traditionally thought to have built them. How could primitive societies, without access to modern tools, have constructed such massive, intricate structures? Were they using unknown technologies or methods that have since been lost, or were they simply far more advanced than we have been led to believe? Could these societies have been influenced by a far older civilization, one whose knowledge and techniques were passed down through the ages, only to be forgotten over time? One of the most intriguing theories is that these ancient megalithic structures were built by a civilization that existed long before the rise of known ancient cultures, one that was far more advanced in its understanding of engineering, architecture, and astronomy. This theory proposes that there may have been a golden age of civilization in the distant past, a time when humanity reached its peak in terms of knowledge and technological capability. If this civilization existed, it would have left behind only scattered remnants, ruins of massive stone structures, cryptic symbols, and enigmatic artifacts, pieces of a puzzle that we are still trying to put together. Could it be that these ancient structures are the remnants of that forgotten civilization, preserved in stone for future generations to rediscover? The possibility of a lost civilization raises many fascinating questions. If such a civilization did exist, where did it go? What caused its decline, and why is there so little evidence of its existence? One theory suggests that this ancient civilization may have been destroyed by a catastrophic event, such as a natural disaster, a comet strike, or an ice age, that caused widespread devastation and wiped out much of the population. The survivors, it is theorized, may have scattered across the globe, carrying with them fragments of the knowledge they had acquired, which were passed down through generations and eventually led to the rise of the civilizations we know today. This theory finds support in the presence of similar megalithic structures across different continents. The idea that ancient cultures, separated by vast distances and separated by oceans, could have built similar structures with similar techniques suggests the possibility of cultural diffusion, ideas and knowledge passed between distant societies through trade, migration, or even direct contact. In this scenario, the builders of the megalithic sites were not isolated, self-contained cultures, but part of a larger, interconnected world, a world in which knowledge was shared and transmitted across generations and civilizations. The search for this lost civilization has led researchers to examine ancient texts, myths, and legends from cultures all over the world. From the ancient Sumerian texts that speak of a lost civilization called the Anunnaki to the Greek legends of Atlantis, there is a recurring theme of an advanced society that existed long before the rise of known civilizations. These stories, though often dismissed as myth, may contain fragments of truth, ancient memories of a time when humanity possessed knowledge and technology that has been lost to the ages. The idea of a forgotten civilization is not confined to any one culture or region, but is a theme that appears in the folklore and traditions of cultures around the world, suggesting that this lost civilization may have been a global phenomenon. As we explore the remnants of these ancient megalithic sites and piece together the clues left behind, we are confronted with the possibility that humanity's history is far more complex and far older than we have been taught. The notion that civilizations rose and fell in cycles, with each civilization leaving behind remnants of their achievements, forces us to reconsider the timeline of human development. If these ancient megalithic sites are indeed the remnants of a lost civilization, they offer us a glimpse into a past that has been obscured by time, disaster, and perhaps deliberate erasure. Yet, the clues remain, hidden in plain sight, waiting for us to discover them. The search for this lost civilization, and for the answers to the mysteries of the past, is ongoing. As new technologies like ground-penetrating radar, satellite imaging, and 3D mapping continue to reveal hidden sites and structures, we may uncover even more evidence that challenges our understanding of ancient history. The mysteries of the megalithic structures are far from solved, and as we continue to dig deeper into the past, we may find ourselves on the cusp of a revolutionary discovery that reshapes our view of human civilization. The question, however, remains: will we be able to recognize the truth when we find it, or will these ancient civilizations remain hidden, their secrets lost to the sands of time? As we look deeper into the shadows of ancient history, it becomes increasingly evident that the conventional understanding of early civilizations does not fully account for the complexity of our past. One of the most compelling aspects of this puzzle is the seemingly abrupt appearance of advanced societies, whose knowledge, technologies, and monumental constructions appear to have materialized out of nowhere. The Sumerians, often credited as the earliest known civilization, left behind the iconic ziggurats and a system of writing, yet their origins remain mysterious. How did a group of people, seemingly from humble beginnings, suddenly develop the intellectual and organizational sophistication required to build cities, create art, and record history? This question is not limited to Mesopotamia. Across the globe, civilizations seem to have emerged in similar bursts of brilliance, each leaving behind monumental evidence of their existence but little in terms of clear origins. Take, for instance, the ancient Egyptian civilization, which is perhaps one of the most studied in the world. The construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, considered one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, remains one of the greatest engineering feats in human history. Yet, despite centuries of research, the methods and tools used to build these colossal structures remain a mystery. The Egyptians left no comprehensive accounts detailing how they built the pyramids, nor did they leave behind any definitive explanation of the purpose of their intricate monuments. Most historians assume the pyramids were tombs for the pharaohs, but this interpretation does not explain the sheer scale and complexity of the project. How did they transport the massive stone blocks, some weighing up to 80 tons, from quarries miles away? How were they lifted and precisely placed into position with such accuracy? And why were they built with such an extraordinary level of precision that even modern engineers are still struggling to replicate the methods? These unanswered questions suggest that the Egyptians may have possessed advanced knowledge that we are only now beginning to understand. The alignment of the pyramids with the stars, the sophisticated mathematics involved in their construction, and the astronomical knowledge embedded in their design all point to a level of intellectual achievement that goes far beyond what we typically associate with ancient societies. The lack of written records detailing the construction process or the methods used to achieve such precision only deepens the mystery. Could the Egyptians have inherited this knowledge from an even older civilization, one that predates the rise of the pharaohs? If so, where did this earlier civilization come from, and what happened to it? The possibility of a much older, forgotten civilization is not confined to Egypt. Similar questions arise in places like Mesoamerica, where the Maya and the Olmecs built colossal stone monuments long before the Spanish arrived. The Olmec civilization, which flourished in what is now Mexico around 1500 BCE, left behind massive stone heads, some of which weigh over 20 tons. These heads, carved from volcanic rock, are remarkable for their size, detail, and the precision with which they were created. Yet, like the Egyptians, the Olmecs left no clear records detailing how they constructed such impressive sculptures. How did they transport these massive stones from the mountains to their cities, and what tools did they use to carve them with such precision? The Olmec civilization itself remains shrouded in mystery, as little is known about their origins or their cultural connections to other ancient societies. In fact, the question of origins seems to be a recurring theme when studying ancient civilizations. How did people living in scattered, primitive communities suddenly develop the advanced knowledge needed to build cities, create art, and develop systems of writing? And why did these societies often disappear, leaving behind only their monuments and mysterious artifacts? This question is especially pressing when we consider the rapid emergence of writing systems in ancient cultures. The Sumerians are often credited with creating the first writing system around 3000 BCE, but how did they come to develop this incredibly sophisticated technology? Similarly, the ancient Egyptians, Maya, and even the Indus Valley civilization all developed unique writing systems, each one complex and highly specialized, yet none of these civilizations provided clear explanations of how their writing systems originated or how they came to be. One theory that has gained traction in recent years is that these civilizations, and many others, may have been the inheritors of a much older, lost civilization. This hypothetical civilization, which some refer to as the mother culture, would have flourished long before the rise of the Egyptians, Sumerians, and other known ancient societies. According to this theory, the remnants of this lost civilization, including advanced knowledge of engineering, astronomy, mathematics, and writing, were passed down to later societies, who then built upon and adapted these techniques to create their own monumental structures and technologies. The idea of a lost civilization is supported by the fact that many ancient cultures share striking similarities in their architectural designs, religious beliefs, and mythologies, suggesting that these societies were connected by a common cultural heritage. The most compelling evidence for this theory comes from the study of megalithic structures found all over the world. These enormous stone monuments, which can be found in places like Stonehenge in England, the Great Pyramids of Giza in Egypt, and Machu Picchu in Peru, all exhibit a remarkable level of precision and complexity. The sheer scale and sophistication of these structures suggest that the people who built them had access to advanced engineering knowledge, and the fact that similar megalithic structures appear in distant parts of the world raises the possibility that these societies were once part of a larger, interconnected global civilization. If such a civilization existed, it would have left behind only fragments, ruins, artifacts, and ancient myths, that are now scattered across the globe. The question, then, is not whether such a civilization existed, but what happened to it. There are several possible explanations for the disappearance of this hypothetical civilization. One possibility is that it was destroyed by a cataclysmic event, such as a natural disaster, a comet strike, or an ice age. Evidence for such events can be found in ancient mythologies, which often describe great floods, fiery rains, and other catastrophic occurrences. The destruction of this lost civilization could have been so complete that all records of its existence were wiped out, leaving only the ruins of its cities and monuments. The survivors, it is believed, may have fled to other parts of the world, carrying with them the knowledge of their advanced civilization, which was passed down through generations, eventually leading to the rise of the cultures we know today. Another possibility is that the civilization collapsed gradually over time, perhaps due to environmental factors, such as climate change, resource depletion, or overpopulation. In this scenario, the collapse of the civilization would have been a slow, steady process, with the knowledge and technologies of the ancient society being lost or forgotten over generations. As different cultures rose and fell, they may have rediscovered some of the knowledge of the lost civilization, but much of it would have been distorted or misunderstood, leading to the fragmented and incomplete records that we now have. In either case, the legacy of this lost civilization may have been passed down through myths and legends, which were handed down by oral tradition. These myths, which describe gods, heroes, and great catastrophes, may hold fragments of truth about the lost civilization and its eventual demise. The flood myths found in cultures around the world, from the biblical story of Noah to the ancient Sumerian myth of Gilgamesh, may be based on real events, cataclysmic floods that swept away the remnants of a great civilization. As we continue to explore the ruins and artifacts left behind by these ancient civilizations, we are forced to confront the possibility that much of our understanding of human history is based on incomplete or flawed narratives. The question of where these civilizations came from, how they developed such advanced technologies, and why they disappeared is one that may never be fully answered. Yet, the search for answers is far from over. As new technologies and methods of exploration allow us to examine ancient sites and artifacts with greater precision, we may uncover more clues that bring us closer to understanding the true origins of human civilization. Until then, the mystery of these lost civilizations remains an enduring puzzle, one that continues to captivate and intrigue those who seek to uncover the forgotten chapters of our past. As we delve further into the mysteries of ancient civilizations, one of the most profound and perplexing questions that remains unanswered is the true nature of the relationship between ancient societies and the stars. Throughout history, countless civilizations have demonstrated an extraordinary understanding of the heavens, often aligning their cities, temples, and monuments with celestial bodies in ways that suggest a deep knowledge of astronomy and cosmology. Yet, what remains particularly intriguing is not just the fact that these ancient people were capable of mapping the stars, but the precision with which they did so, and the significance they placed on the movements of celestial bodies. Take, for example, the construction of the pyramids of Egypt. The alignment of the Great Pyramid of Giza with the cardinal points is so precise that it has baffled even modern engineers. The pyramid sides are aligned within a fraction of a degree of true north, a feat of accuracy that would be impressive even with today's advanced technology. But it's not just the alignment of the pyramid with the Earth's cardinal directions that is remarkable, it's the alignment with the stars as well. The pyramids are closely aligned with the star Sirius, which was of immense importance to the ancient Egyptians. The heliacal rising of Sirius marked the start of the annual flooding of the Nile River, an event that was crucial to the agricultural cycle of ancient Egypt. The fact that the Egyptians built the pyramids with such astronomical precision, using only rudimentary tools, raises the question of how they were able to achieve such a remarkable feat. Were they simply guided by empirical observation over many generations, or did they possess knowledge that has since been lost? This idea of a lost, ancient knowledge of the stars is not limited to Egypt. Similar alignments and astronomical considerations can be found in other ancient civilizations as well. In Mesoamerica, the Maya developed a complex calendar system that was based on the movements of the stars, particularly the cycle of Venus. The Maya constructed observatories such as the one at Uaxactán, which was specifically designed to track the movements of the stars and planets. Their understanding of the heavens was so advanced that their calendar was far more accurate than the Gregorian calendar that we use today. The Maya's precise knowledge of celestial events allowed them to predict eclipses, track the movements of planets, and even calculate the length of the solar year to within fractions of a day. Their temples and pyramids were aligned with the stars, and their rituals often involved observing the night sky in order to determine the best times for planting, harvesting, and conducting religious ceremonies. But what is even more intriguing than the precision of these alignments is the significance that the stars held for these ancient peoples. In Egypt, the stars were not simply a tool for measuring time, they were deeply connected to the realm of the gods. The ancient Egyptians believed that the stars were the homes of their deities, and the alignment of their temples and tombs with the heavens was thought to allow the souls of the dead to ascend to the stars and join the gods in the afterlife. Similarly, the Maya viewed the stars and planets as manifestations of their gods, and they believed that the movements of the heavens directly influenced the fate of the human world. For both the Egyptians and the Maya, the heavens were not just a distant, impersonal realm of light, they were a vital, living part of their spiritual and cosmological understanding. As we explore these ancient astronomical systems, we are confronted with the question of how such knowledge was acquired in the first place. The idea that early societies could have developed such advanced astronomical systems using only the tools available to them seems almost impossible. How could people, without the benefit of telescopes, advanced mathematics, or modern technology, have achieved such precision in their understanding of the stars? This leads to the tantalizing possibility that these civilizations may have inherited their knowledge from an earlier, more advanced culture, one that had a deeper understanding of the cosmos and passed down this wisdom to future generations. Some even suggest that this ancient knowledge may have been imparted by extraterrestrial beings, though this theory remains highly speculative. The idea of extraterrestrial influence on ancient civilizations has long been a topic of debate, particularly in the context of the ancient astronaut hypothesis. This theory proposes that advanced beings from other planets visited Earth in ancient times and shared their knowledge with early human societies, helping them to achieve the remarkable feats of engineering and astronomy that we see in their monuments. Proponents of this theory point to the construction of the pyramids, the alignment of ancient temples with the stars, and the sophisticated knowledge of the heavens as evidence of extraterrestrial intervention. While mainstream archaeologists and historians dismiss this theory as speculative, there are many who find it difficult to ignore the uncanny similarities between ancient cultures' astronomical knowledge and the kind of understanding of the universe that we are only beginning to grasp today. One of the most compelling pieces of evidence for the ancient astronaut theory comes from the ancient Sumerians, who are often credited with being the first civilization to develop writing, law, and urbanization. The Sumerians had a highly advanced understanding of astronomy, and their creation myths, particularly the story of the Anunnaki, suggest a belief in gods who came from the stars. According to Sumerian texts, the Anunnaki were celestial beings who descended from the heavens to impart knowledge to humanity. The Sumerians believed that these gods gave them the knowledge of agriculture, writing, mathematics, and astronomy, and many of their greatest achievements, such as the construction of ziggurats and the development of a complex legal system, are said to have been guided by the will of these extraterrestrial beings. The Sumerian texts are filled with references to the Anunnaki, who are often depicted as being much more advanced than the people they interacted with. These texts suggest that the Sumerians were not just receiving guidance from their gods, they were receiving the knowledge of an advanced civilization that had already mastered the mysteries of the universe. The possibility of an ancient civilization passing down its knowledge to later societies is also suggested by the alignment of ancient megalithic structures with the stars. In addition to the Great Pyramid of Giza and the Maya observatories, we also see similar alignments in places like Stonehenge in England and the ancient temple complex of Angkor Wat in Cambodia. At Stonehenge, the stones are aligned with the solstices and the positions of the sun, moon, and stars, indicating that the builders had a sophisticated understanding of astronomy. The Temple of Angkor Wat, built by the Khmer Empire in the 12th century, is similarly aligned with the movements of the stars and planets, suggesting that the builders had a deep understanding of celestial cycles. These structures were not just religious or ceremonial, they were astronomical observatories, designed to track the movements of the heavens and to mark important events in the agricultural and spiritual cycles of the civilization. As we examine these ancient sites, we are confronted with a staggering question: how did these societies, with their limited technology and tools, develop such precise and advanced knowledge of the stars? Could it be that they had access to information passed down from an earlier civilization, one that had already mastered the art of celestial observation? Or is it possible that ancient cultures, scattered across the globe, independently developed similar astronomical knowledge based on their shared experiences with the heavens? The answer, it seems, lies somewhere in between. While we may never know for certain how ancient civilizations acquired their knowledge of the stars, the evidence suggests that they possessed a deep and profound understanding of the cosmos, one that continues to captivate and mystify us to this day. As we continue to uncover more evidence of ancient astronomical knowledge, we are left to ponder the true significance of these discoveries. What did the stars mean to these ancient peoples, and how did their understanding of the heavens shape their worldview? More importantly, what can we learn from their celestial observations, and how might they guide us in our own quest for knowledge? The stars, it seems, have always held a special place in the human imagination. They have served as both guides and mysteries, symbols of our aspirations and reminders of our place in the vast, infinite universe. And as we look to the stars, we are reminded of the extraordinary accomplishments of the ancient civilizations that once looked up at them and sought to understand their secrets. As we continue to examine the ancient world, one of the most enduring mysteries revolves around the sudden appearance of advanced societies and the technologies they seemingly possessed. It is not only their monumental structures, sophisticated systems of government, and religious beliefs that intrigue us, but also the mysterious methods by which they achieved such feats. The evidence left behind by ancient civilizations speaks to their incredible skill in various fields, from architecture and engineering to astronomy and mathematics. Yet, there remains a constant theme throughout history: these societies seem to have appeared almost fully formed, as if they had gained their knowledge and abilities from an unknown source. One of the most intriguing aspects of this phenomenon is the role of ancient texts and oral traditions that describe the origins of civilizations, often in ways that challenge conventional historical narratives. The ancient texts that have survived from cultures like the Sumerians, Egyptians, and Indians offer us a window into their view of the world, their beliefs, and their understanding of their place in the universe. But these texts are not always easy to decipher. Some are shrouded in myth, while others are vague or fragmented, leaving historians and archaeologists to fill in the gaps with speculation. Yet, what is consistently remarkable in these ancient accounts is the recurring theme of divine intervention or otherworldly guidance. These stories speak of gods descending from the heavens, teaching early humans the secrets of civilization, and imparting knowledge of agriculture, writing, and craftsmanship. The question arises: were these accounts purely mythological, or do they reflect something more? Could these gods have been representatives of an advanced civilization from the distant past, or even extraterrestrial beings who shared their knowledge with humanity? The Sumerian texts, particularly the Epic of Gilgamesh, offer some of the earliest records of this kind of divine interaction. The gods of Sumer, known as the Anunnaki, are said to have descended from the stars to guide humanity. These deities were not distant, abstract beings but were intimately involved in the day-to-day lives of the Sumerians. The Anunnaki are credited with giving humanity the knowledge of writing, mathematics, and agriculture. But it is their association with the stars that is most intriguing. The Sumerians believed that their gods came from a distant planet known as Nibiru, which orbited the sun in an elliptical pattern, returning to Earth every 3,600 years. According to Sumerian mythology, the Anunnaki were responsible for the creation of humanity, and their teachings helped shape the earliest known civilizations. The idea that an advanced civilization from another world may have played a role in the rise of human culture is a notion that has persisted for centuries, capturing the imagination of both ancient peoples and modern theorists alike. This idea of extraterrestrial influence is not confined to Sumer. Similar accounts can be found in the mythology of other ancient cultures. In the Bible, for example, there are stories of angels or sons of God descending to earth and taking human wives, resulting in the birth of the Nephilim, a race of giants. These beings, like the Anunnaki, are described as being of divine or celestial origin, suggesting that the ancient peoples of the Near East may have believed in an extraterrestrial presence long before modern science began to entertain such ideas. In ancient Indian texts, particularly the Vedas and the Mahabharata, there are accounts of gods descending from the heavens in flying chariots, known as vimanas. These craft are described in great detail, often resembling advanced machines capable of traveling through the air and even into space. The descriptions of these celestial vehicles, as well as the weapons and technologies associated with the gods, suggest that ancient cultures may have had access to technologies far beyond what we associate with their time periods. In addition to these accounts of divine or extraterrestrial intervention, there are also numerous examples of ancient structures and artifacts that defy conventional explanations. The Great Pyramids of Egypt, for instance, have long been a subject of debate. How did the Egyptians manage to build such massive structures with such precision? The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, was constructed with stones weighing several tons, yet the seams between the stones are so finely crafted that it is difficult to slip even a piece of paper between them. This level of precision suggests that the builders possessed knowledge of engineering that should not have been available to them at the time. Additionally, the pyramid's alignment with the cardinal points, as well as its mathematical proportions, points to an advanced understanding of astronomy and geometry. How did these ancient Egyptians acquire such knowledge? Were they simply the beneficiaries of generations of careful observation, or did they receive their understanding from an external source? Similar mysteries surround other ancient structures around the world. In Peru, the site of Sacsayhuaman stands as a testament to the advanced engineering skills of the Incas. The stones at Sacsayhuaman fit together so perfectly that modern construction techniques would still struggle to replicate their precision. These massive stones, some weighing up to 100 tons, were transported across great distances and shaped to fit together seamlessly, without the use of mortar. The question of how such a feat could be accomplished without modern technology has led some to speculate that the Incas, like the Egyptians, were recipients of advanced knowledge from a lost civilization or even extraterrestrial beings. In addition to these physical structures, there are the remarkable achievements of ancient cultures in the field of mathematics and astronomy. The ancient Maya, for example, developed a highly accurate calendar system that was capable of predicting eclipses and tracking the movements of the planets. Their knowledge of the stars was so precise that their calendar is still considered one of the most accurate ever created. The Maya built observatories to track the movements of celestial bodies and align their temples and pyramids with the stars. How could such a sophisticated system have been developed without the aid of telescopes or other advanced tools? The level of precision involved suggests that the Maya, like the Egyptians and Sumerians, had access to knowledge that has since been lost to history. The idea of ancient civilizations possessing knowledge far beyond their apparent technological capabilities raises some unsettling questions. Could it be that these civilizations were simply ahead of their time, developing technologies that modern scholars have only begun to rediscover? Or could it be that they were the inheritors of knowledge passed down from an even earlier, more advanced civilization, one that had mastered the mysteries of the cosmos and passed that knowledge down through the ages? If such a civilization existed, what happened to it? Was it destroyed by a cataclysmic event, such as a comet strike, or did it fade away over time, its knowledge lost or forgotten? The evidence of lost or hidden knowledge is not confined to ancient texts and monuments. In recent years, the discovery of ancient artifacts and objects has added another layer of mystery to this puzzle. The Antikythera mechanism, an ancient Greek analog computer, is one such artifact that has baffled scientists and historians. Discovered in 1901 in a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera, the mechanism is a highly sophisticated device that was used to track the movements of the stars and planets. The level of complexity involved in its construction suggests that the ancient Greeks possessed a technological understanding far beyond what we typically associate with their time period. How did the Greeks develop such a device, and why did they not leave behind more examples of similar technology? The question of lost or hidden knowledge is also reflected in the many unexplained discoveries made by modern archaeologists. In Egypt, for example, researchers have uncovered hidden chambers beneath the Great Pyramid of Giza, suggesting that there are still secrets buried within the pyramid that have yet to be uncovered. Similarly, in the jungles of Central America, archaeologists have discovered vast networks of ancient cities that were once home to advanced civilizations. Yet, much of the knowledge of these societies remains hidden, lost to time, war, and the ravages of nature. As we continue to uncover the secrets of the ancient world, we are left to wonder, what knowledge did these civilizations possess, and why was it lost or hidden? The evidence suggests that ancient cultures were far more advanced than we have been taught to believe. Whether through divine intervention, extraterrestrial influence, or a lost civilization, these societies possessed knowledge that continues to elude us. As we uncover more of their secrets, we may begin to piece together the true story of humanity's past, a story that is far more complex and mysterious than we have ever imagined. As we explore further into the hidden corners of human history, we encounter patterns that continue to confound modern understanding. One such enigma involves the sudden appearance of complex and organized societies in remote parts of the world, often without clear connections to what we traditionally consider the cradle of civilization. These ancient cultures left behind massive stone structures, intricately designed artifacts, and highly advanced knowledge of subjects like astronomy, mathematics, and engineering. Yet, the overwhelming question remains, how did they acquire such wisdom, especially when most of these cultures lacked the tools and technologies that would have made such achievements possible by the standards of their time? One of the most fascinating aspects of these ancient civilizations is the sheer scale of the structures they left behind. Take, for example, the megalithic sites of the ancient world, which are scattered across the globe. These monumental structures, built with stones weighing several tons or even more, exhibit an extraordinary level of precision and sophistication. The ancient Egyptians, with their pyramids of Giza, constructed edifices that not only defy modern engineering logic but also suggest a deep understanding of geometry, astronomy, and advanced mathematics. Similarly, in South America, the Incas and other pre-Columbian cultures in Peru built stone structures like the walls of Sacsayhuaman, which remain so tightly interlocked that not even a single sheet of paper can be inserted between the stones. These sites, along with others in places like Malta, Britain, and Polynesia, challenge our understanding of what ancient people were capable of and raise the possibility that some form of lost knowledge, perhaps even a lost civilization, might explain their remarkable achievements. What makes these constructions particularly mystifying is the fact that they were built without the benefit of advanced tools or modern technologies. The builders of the pyramids, for example, had no access to cranes, steel, or sophisticated machinery. Instead, they relied on rudimentary tools made from copper, stone, and other materials that were readily available to them. Yet, despite these limitations, they were able to move, cut, and shape stones weighing tons, and then place them with extraordinary precision to create structures that have stood the test of time. The same holds true for the ancient megalithic structures found in places like Stonehenge, in England, or the temples of Angkor Wat, in Cambodia. The precision with which these stones were shaped and placed, often without mortar or other binding agents, suggests that the people who built these structures had a deep understanding of engineering, geometry, and perhaps even physics, knowledge that we might expect to find only in much later periods of history. The question then becomes, where did this knowledge come from? How could ancient cultures, living in relative isolation from one another and without the benefit of written records or advanced technologies, have come to possess such sophisticated skills? One possibility is that these civilizations were the inheritors of a much older, forgotten civilization, one whose knowledge had been passed down through generations, either directly or indirectly. This theory posits that some ancient civilization, perhaps one that predated the Sumerians or Egyptians, had achieved remarkable technological and intellectual feats, and that their knowledge was passed down to later cultures that built on what was handed to them. It is a fascinating idea, and one that would explain the recurring appearance of similar megalithic sites and astronomical alignments across disparate regions of the world. Another possibility, and one that has captured the imagination of many, is the idea that ancient civilizations may have been in contact with extraterrestrial beings. This theory, often referred to as the ancient astronaut hypothesis, suggests that advanced beings from other planets or distant star systems visited Earth in the distant past and shared their knowledge with early human societies. Proponents of this theory point to the precise astronomical alignments, complex architecture, and mysterious artifacts left behind by ancient cultures as evidence of such contact. The pyramids of Egypt, for instance, are not only aligned with the cardinal points but also with certain stars, including the star Sirius, which held great significance in ancient Egyptian cosmology. The sheer precision with which these structures were constructed, despite the lack of advanced technology, leads some to speculate that the knowledge required to build them may have come from an external source, perhaps from beings far more advanced than the Egyptians themselves. The idea of extraterrestrial involvement in human history is not a new one. It has been a part of human mythology for millennia, with gods descending from the heavens to bestow wisdom upon humanity. The Sumerians, for example, spoke of the Anunnaki, a group of gods who came from the stars and taught humanity the arts of civilization. Similar stories are found in the ancient texts of other cultures, such as the Mayans, whose gods were said to have descended from the sky in flying craft. In the Bible, the Book of Enoch describes angels who descended to earth and shared secret knowledge with humanity. These ancient texts, although often dismissed as mythology or religious allegory, contain recurring motifs of divine or celestial beings imparting knowledge to early humans. Whether these accounts are purely symbolic or based on real events is a subject of ongoing debate, but they undeniably point to the idea that humanity's origins may not be as simple as we once believed. Moreover, the possible existence of advanced technology in ancient times is not confined to mere speculation or myth. There are physical artifacts that suggest that some ancient cultures may have possessed knowledge of technology far beyond what we would expect for their time. One such artifact is the Antikythera mechanism, a device discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera. Dating back to around 100 BCE, this ancient analog computer was used to predict the positions of the stars and planets, and it contains a level of mechanical sophistication that was not thought to exist in ancient Greece. The complexity of the device, along with the precision of its construction, has led some to suggest that the ancient Greeks may have inherited knowledge of such technology from an even older civilization, one that possessed advanced mechanical knowledge. In addition to the Antikythera mechanism, there are other artifacts that suggest a high level of technological sophistication in the ancient world. For example, the Nazca lines in Peru are a series of large geoglyphs that can only be fully appreciated from the air, yet there is no evidence that the Nazca people had the ability to fly. The fact that these lines are so precisely drawn, with geometrically perfect shapes and alignments, raises questions about how the ancient Nazca were able to create them. Similar questions arise when examining the enormous stone blocks used in the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Some of these stones weigh up to 80 tons, and the sheer effort required to transport and place them raises significant doubts about the methods employed by the ancient Egyptians. The implications of these discoveries are profound. They suggest that the civilizations of the ancient world may not have been as isolated or primitive as we once thought. Instead, they may have had access to advanced knowledge either from a lost civilization or from extraterrestrial beings. This knowledge, passed down through generations, may have enabled them to build the extraordinary structures that continue to fascinate us today. Yet, the ultimate question remains: if these ancient peoples possessed such advanced knowledge, where did it come from, and why did it vanish? One possible explanation is that the knowledge of these advanced civilizations was lost due to catastrophic events, such as natural disasters, wars, or even the gradual decline of these societies. As civilizations rise and fall, knowledge can be lost or destroyed, leaving only the remnants of what once was. Another possibility is that the knowledge was deliberately suppressed or hidden, perhaps by powerful elites who wished to control access to such knowledge. Whatever the case may be, the fact remains that we are only beginning to scratch the surface of the mysteries left behind by ancient civilizations. As we continue to uncover more evidence of lost or hidden knowledge, we are forced to confront the possibility that humanity's history is far more complex than we have been led to believe. The question of how ancient civilizations achieved their remarkable feats of engineering, astronomy, and mathematics is not one that can be easily answered. Whether through divine intervention, extraterrestrial influence, or a forgotten civilization, the true story of our origins may be far more mysterious, and far more extraordinary, than we have ever imagined. As we continue our exploration of the deep, sometimes hidden history of ancient civilizations, we inevitably confront a question that has baffled historians, archaeologists, and researchers for centuries: why did these remarkable cultures, which displayed such advanced knowledge and capabilities, seem to vanish or decline so abruptly? This question is not only essential to understanding the rise and fall of ancient civilizations but also crucial in understanding what might lie beneath the surface of conventional historical narratives. The fact that these societies were capable of monumental achievements that should have been impossible with the technologies and tools they had, leaves us pondering the true nature of their existence. Were they the products of an extraordinary moment in human evolution, or were they the survivors of an even older civilization, one whose knowledge was lost to time? To understand the reasons for the disappearance of these civilizations, we must first examine what made them so advanced in the first place. Take the ancient Egyptians, for example. The Egyptians are renowned for their architectural wonders, most notably the pyramids of Giza, which have stood for thousands of years, their precision and scale defying explanation. They developed an intricate system of writing, hieroglyphs, that combined both pictorial and symbolic representations. The Egyptians also possessed sophisticated knowledge in the fields of mathematics, medicine, and astronomy. Their calendar, for example, was based on the solar year and was so accurate that it only required minor adjustments over millennia. And yet, despite all their advancements, the civilization eventually faded, its secrets and knowledge largely lost to history. The same can be said for the ancient Sumerians, who are often credited with creating the first known writing system, cuneiform, around 3500 BCE. The Sumerians also created some of the earliest known laws, which are codified in the famous Code of Hammurabi. Their innovations in agriculture, urban planning, and the creation of city-states were monumental, but just as suddenly as they rose to prominence, their civilization declined. Their cities were eventually abandoned, and their language and culture were lost to the sands of time. The Sumerians, much like the Egyptians, left behind records of their achievements, but they did not leave behind answers to the most pressing questions about their origins or the reasons for their disappearance. What we must ask ourselves is why these civilizations, which seem to possess knowledge and abilities far beyond their time, disappeared without leaving a complete explanation of their fall. It's as if, at the height of their glory, they were cut off or severed from the very knowledge and power that made them great. Was it a natural catastrophe, a massive flood, an earthquake, or an asteroid strike, that brought their downfall? Or was it something more complex, something we have yet to fully understand? The possibility of a cataclysmic event wiping out these civilizations is not merely speculative. There is evidence, both archaeological and geological, to suggest that such events may have occurred. For instance, many ancient cultures share stories of great floods, which some researchers believe may be based on real events, catastrophic floods that swept across large regions of the earth, submerging cities and erasing entire cultures. The most famous of these stories is the biblical flood, where Noah's Ark supposedly carried the last survivors of a drowned world. But similar flood myths exist in the Sumerian, Babylonian, and Greek traditions, all of which describe global or regional floods that wiped out civilizations. Is it possible that a massive, planet-wide disaster, such as the impact of a comet or asteroid, triggered these floods and led to the collapse of once great civilizations? The evidence of ancient structures and artifacts submerged beneath water in places like the Caribbean, the Mediterranean, and Southeast Asia raises the intriguing possibility that ancient cities were indeed destroyed by a massive flood that obliterated the advanced cultures of the past. In addition to natural disasters, the rise and fall of ancient civilizations could also be attributed to a gradual process of decline, one that was less dramatic but no less devastating. Environmental factors, such as prolonged droughts, soil depletion, or changing climate conditions, could have played a significant role in the downfall of these societies. The ancient Maya, for instance, are known to have experienced a dramatic collapse around the 9th century CE, which many scholars attribute to a combination of environmental stresses and overpopulation. As their cities became more populated, they likely overexploited their agricultural resources, leading to soil erosion and a collapse of their food supply. These factors, compounded by political instability and warfare, ultimately led to the abandonment of their cities and the loss of their advanced culture. The idea of environmental collapse as a cause for the downfall of ancient civilizations is not confined to the Maya. The ancient civilizations of Mesopotamia, such as the Sumerians and Akkadians, also suffered from environmental degradation. The overuse of irrigation systems led to the salinization of the soil, which severely impacted agricultural productivity. Similarly, the Harappan civilization of the Indus Valley collapsed, possibly due to changes in river patterns or a shifting climate, which disrupted their water supply and agricultural systems. In each of these cases, the decline of the civilization can be linked to factors that are as much ecological as they are social or political. But if environmental factors and natural disasters alone cannot fully explain the mysterious disappearances of these ancient societies, we must look for other clues. Could it be that the knowledge these civilizations possessed, advanced knowledge of architecture, astronomy, and mathematics, was lost because it was never meant to be understood by the societies that succeeded them? Were these advanced civilizations the product of a knowledge that came from an even earlier, perhaps even extraterrestrial, source? This possibility has been a subject of much speculation, and it has gained increasing attention in recent years due to the discovery of ancient sites and artifacts that appear to have been influenced by an unknown or lost civilization. Consider, for example, the ancient ruins of Göbekli Tepe, located in modern-day Turkey. This site, which predates the rise of the Sumerian civilization by thousands of years, contains massive stone pillars, some of which weigh up to 20 tons, and intricate carvings that depict animals and other symbols. What is particularly remarkable about Göbekli Tepe is that it appears to have been constructed by a society that had no knowledge of writing or agriculture. The complexity and precision of the carvings, along with the sheer scale of the construction, suggest that the builders of Göbekli Tepe possessed knowledge that was far ahead of their time. Yet, just as mysteriously as it was built, the site was abandoned after only a few centuries of use. Why was it abandoned, and why has its existence only been discovered relatively recently? The discovery of such sites raises a profound question: did these advanced civilizations inherit their knowledge from an even older, forgotten civilization? Could it be that there was a time in human prehistory when a more advanced civilization, one capable of understanding the secrets of the cosmos and the forces of nature, existed on Earth, but was wiped out by a cataclysmic event or environmental disaster? This lost civilization, often referred to as the mother culture, may have passed down its knowledge to the ancient civilizations that followed, allowing them to build the pyramids, create complex writing systems, and achieve other remarkable feats. However, over time, the knowledge may have been distorted, lost, or suppressed, leaving only fragmented remnants of a once great culture. If such a civilization existed, it could explain many of the anomalies and mysteries we encounter in the study of ancient history. The precision of ancient monuments, the alignment of cities with celestial bodies, the advanced knowledge of astronomy and engineering, all of these could be seen as fragments of a lost civilization's legacy, passed down through the generations, sometimes intact and sometimes warped by myth and legend. In the end, the disappearance of ancient civilizations may never be fully explained, but the evidence we have suggests that their fall was not a simple, straightforward process. Whether caused by natural disasters, environmental collapse, or the loss of ancient knowledge, the decline of these civilizations serves as a stark reminder of the fragility of human achievement. As we continue to search for answers, we must also acknowledge that the history we know may be only a small part of a much larger and far more mysterious story, one that could rewrite our understanding of human civilization, its origins, and its potential for greatness. As we delve deeper into the complex tapestry of human history, we begin to recognize that the rise and fall of ancient civilizations may not have been the isolated events we once thought them to be. Instead, they may be the echoes of a much older and far more advanced civilization that once spanned the globe, a civilization whose knowledge was so profound that it influenced cultures long after its collapse. This idea challenges everything we thought we knew about the development of human societies, suggesting that what we consider ancient might actually be the remnants of a far more ancient era, one that is hidden beneath the sands of time. One of the most compelling aspects of this theory is the evidence of extraordinary technological feats accomplished by cultures that, on the surface, appear to have lacked the tools or knowledge to achieve such feats. The construction of the pyramids, for example, has puzzled historians and engineers for centuries. The sheer scale and precision of these monumental structures, which were built with stones weighing several tons, suggests a level of engineering expertise that should not have been possible for the ancient Egyptians, or for any civilization that existed at the time. How did they achieve such precision without the use of advanced machinery, cranes, or other modern tools? The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, is aligned with such precision to the cardinal points that it raises questions about the methods used to achieve this accuracy. Could this be the result of accumulated knowledge passed down from an earlier, more advanced civilization? Similar mysteries surround other ancient monuments around the world. In South America, the megalithic site of Sacsayhuaman in Peru is another example of a construction that seems to defy explanation. The stones used to build the walls of Sacsayhuaman are massive, some weighing over 100 tons, and they fit together so tightly that not even a piece of paper can be slipped between them. Yet, the Incas, who are credited with constructing the site, did not have access to the kind of tools that would have been required to cut and shape such massive stones. The precision with which these stones were placed has led many to question how the Incas, with their relatively simple technology, were able to create such an extraordinary structure. Could the knowledge required to build such a site have been passed down from a much older civilization, one that had access to technologies we can only begin to imagine? The idea of a lost civilization influencing the development of later cultures is not confined to the ancient Egyptians and Incas. Around the world, there are countless examples of cultures that seem to have inherited advanced knowledge from an unknown source. The ancient Maya, for example, were masters of astronomy, creating a calendar system that was more accurate than the one we use today. They built observatories and aligned their pyramids with the stars, demonstrating a sophisticated understanding of the cosmos. Yet, the Maya had no telescopes, and their calendar was far more precise than anything that should have been possible at the time. How did they acquire this knowledge? Was it the result of centuries of careful observation, or was it passed down to them by an earlier civilization with a much deeper understanding of the stars? Similarly, the ancient Greeks and Romans were highly advanced in mathematics, engineering, and astronomy, yet they too seem to have inherited much of their knowledge from earlier cultures. The Antikythera mechanism, an ancient analog computer discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of the Greek island of Antikythera, is one of the most astonishing examples of ancient technological achievement. Dating back to around 100 BCE, the device was used to predict the positions of the stars and planets. The mechanism's complexity, far beyond anything that should have existed at the time, suggests that the Greeks had access to knowledge that may have been lost to subsequent generations. Was this knowledge passed down from an earlier civilization, one that possessed a far more advanced understanding of engineering and astronomy? This question of lost or hidden knowledge is not confined to the ancient world. Even in modern times, we continue to uncover evidence of advanced technologies that have been hidden from the public for one reason or another. In recent years, for example, there have been reports of discoveries in the field of ancient metallurgy that challenge conventional understanding. Artifacts found in the ancient cities of Mesopotamia, for instance, suggest that the Sumerians were capable of creating alloys that were far more advanced than what should have been possible at the time. The creation of Damascus steel, a material known for its strength and flexibility, is another example of ancient metallurgy that remains a mystery. The methods used to create this steel were lost to history, and modern metallurgists have been unable to replicate the process. How could ancient societies have developed such advanced technologies, only for them to be forgotten or suppressed over time? Perhaps one of the most significant pieces of evidence for the existence of a lost civilization comes from the discovery of ancient underwater cities. These cities, located off the coast of places like Japan, India, and the Caribbean, suggest that once thriving cultures may have been submerged by rising sea levels or other natural disasters. The ruins of these cities, some of which date back thousands of years, contain sophisticated stone structures, roads, and even statues, all of which suggest that their builders possessed a high level of engineering skill. The existence of these submerged cities raises the possibility that a once great civilization, which may have had advanced technologies and knowledge, was destroyed by a cataclysmic event and lost to history. The discovery of these underwater cities has sparked widespread interest, as they could provide the key to understanding the true origins of human civilization and the advanced technologies that may have been lost along the way. The idea of a lost civilization that possessed advanced knowledge is further supported by the widespread similarities between ancient cultures, despite the vast distances that separated them. In cultures as diverse as those of the ancient Egyptians, the Maya, the Sumerians, and the Chinese, we find common threads of knowledge that suggest a shared source of wisdom. These cultures all had advanced systems of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering, and they all built monumental structures aligned with the stars. The fact that these cultures, which had little or no contact with one another, developed similar systems of knowledge raises the intriguing possibility that they were all influenced by a common source. This common source could be a lost civilization that had achieved a level of advancement that we can only begin to comprehend. As we examine the evidence, it becomes clear that the idea of a lost civilization is not just a matter of speculation. The archaeological record is filled with examples of advanced technologies, architectural wonders, and astronomical knowledge that should not have existed in their time. Whether these achievements were the result of an earlier, more advanced civilization or extraterrestrial influence is a question that remains open for debate. However, the fact that these civilizations were capable of such remarkable feats suggests that our understanding of ancient history may be far more complicated than we have previously thought. In conclusion, the idea that ancient civilizations were the inheritors of knowledge passed down from a lost civilization challenges the conventional narrative of human history. It raises profound questions about the origins of human civilization and the advanced technologies that may have been lost to time. Whether through environmental catastrophe, deliberate suppression, or the erosion of knowledge over generations, the truth behind the rise and fall of these civilizations remains shrouded in mystery. As we continue to uncover new evidence and revisit old sites, we may eventually discover the lost keys to understanding the origins of human civilization, and perhaps even unlock the secrets of a civilization that once spanned the globe, only to vanish without a trace. As we move deeper into the heart of the ancient world, there is a persistent question that refuses to go away: what happened to the knowledge of these lost civilizations, and why did it seemingly disappear? This question becomes even more urgent as we uncover evidence of extraordinary technological capabilities and sophisticated wisdom in cultures that should have, by all conventional measures, been unable to achieve such feats. From the precision of the Great Pyramids in Egypt to the complex astronomical calculations of the ancient Maya, the mysteries of these civilizations are more than just historical curiosities, they challenge the very foundation of our understanding of human history. How is it that these cultures, which possessed such advanced knowledge, vanished without leaving a coherent explanation of their downfall? The idea that ancient civilizations may have inherited knowledge from a lost or even extraterrestrial civilization is a powerful one, but it is not without its controversies. While mainstream historians and archaeologists have long dismissed such theories, there is no denying that the archaeological record is filled with anomalies that seem to defy explanation. Take the ancient pyramids of Egypt, for example. These massive structures were built with such precision that the seams between the stones are so fine that it's almost impossible to slip a single sheet of paper between them. And yet, the Egyptians did not possess the kind of tools we associate with such feats today: no cranes, no steel, and no machinery capable of lifting massive stones. The sheer scale of the construction and the precision with which the pyramids were aligned with the stars suggest that the knowledge required to build them was not something that would have been easily available to the ancient Egyptians alone. Could it be that this knowledge was inherited from an earlier civilization, one that existed long before the Egyptians rose to power? The case of the Great Pyramid is not an isolated one. Across the world, we find similar examples of monumental structures and advanced knowledge that seem to defy the capabilities of the civilizations that built them. The megalithic site of Stonehenge in England, for instance, features large stones that were transported from distant regions, some weighing over 20 tons. The precision with which the stones were placed, particularly the alignment of the stones with astronomical events like the solstices, suggests that the builders had an extraordinary understanding of geometry, engineering, and the movements of celestial bodies. Yet, there is no evidence that the ancient Britons had the kind of technology needed to move and manipulate such large stones. Could it be that they, too, inherited their knowledge from an unknown source? The ancient Maya offer another striking example. Their civilization, which flourished in Central America long before European contact, is known for its remarkable achievements in astronomy, mathematics, and architecture. The Maya were able to create a calendar system that was more accurate than the one we use today. Their knowledge of celestial bodies was so precise that they could predict eclipses and track the movements of the planets. They built massive pyramids and observatories, aligned with the stars, yet they had no telescopes or modern instruments to assist them. How did they acquire such knowledge? It's possible, of course, that the Maya achieved their astronomical expertise through careful observation over generations. But it's also possible that they inherited this knowledge from a lost civilization, or from an extraterrestrial source. As we look at these examples, it becomes increasingly clear that the conventional view of human history may be far too narrow. Ancient civilizations did not simply emerge from nowhere, and their achievements did not happen in a vacuum. Rather, they seem to have built upon the knowledge and wisdom passed down to them by earlier cultures, cultures that may have been far more advanced than we are willing to admit. These earlier civilizations may have been destroyed or erased from history, leaving behind only fragmented clues in the form of monuments, texts, and oral traditions. But if this is the case, what happened to these lost civilizations? How could a civilization so advanced that it could build pyramids, align temples with the stars, and create highly accurate calendars simply vanish? The answer may lie in the idea that these civilizations were destroyed by a cataclysmic event, one that wiped them from the face of the earth and left no trace of their knowledge behind. There are many theories about what could have caused such a catastrophe: a massive asteroid impact, a global flood, or even a shift in the Earth's magnetic poles. Whatever the cause, the evidence suggests that the knowledge and technology of these ancient civilizations were not lost through mere neglect or ignorance, but through a catastrophic event that eradicated entire cultures. In fact, there is growing evidence to support the idea that such a global catastrophe occurred at some point in the distant past. Many ancient cultures have myths and legends of great floods, firestorms, and other cataclysmic events that devastated the earth. The Bible's story of Noah's Ark is perhaps the most famous, but similar flood myths exist in the cultures of the Sumerians, the Babylonians, the Greeks, and the indigenous peoples of North America. These flood stories often describe a time when the earth was covered in water, and only a few survivors remained to rebuild civilization. Could these stories be based on real events, cataclysmic floods caused by rising sea levels or other environmental disasters? And if so, could these events have wiped out the advanced civilizations of the past, leaving only scattered remnants behind? In addition to the flood myths, there are also geological and archaeological clues that suggest the possibility of a global catastrophe. For example, the end of the last ice age, around 10,000 years ago, is marked by a dramatic shift in climate and the extinction of many species, including large mammals like the mammoth and the saber-toothed tiger. Some researchers believe that this event, which is known as the Younger Dryas, could have been triggered by a comet or asteroid impact, causing widespread fires, floods, and cooling temperatures. This theory is supported by evidence of a layer of iridium-rich material found in sediment layers around the world, which suggests that a cosmic event may have occurred at this time. If such a catastrophe did occur, it could explain why so many ancient civilizations seem to have vanished suddenly and without warning. A massive flood, firestorm, or other global disaster would have wiped out cities, destroyed knowledge, and disrupted the flow of information. The survivors would have been left to rebuild from scratch, and the knowledge of the ancient civilizations would have been lost. This would also explain why many of the great monuments and temples built by these civilizations were abandoned or destroyed. After all, why would a people go to the trouble of constructing such elaborate structures only to leave them behind without explanation? There is also evidence that some of these ancient civilizations may have been deliberately erased from history. The idea that knowledge was suppressed or hidden by later civilizations is not a new one. Throughout history, there have been countless instances of powerful elites suppressing information in order to maintain control over the masses. This could have been the case in ancient times as well. Perhaps the knowledge of these advanced civilizations was considered dangerous or too powerful to be allowed to survive. As a result, it may have been deliberately concealed, erased, or distorted by later cultures in order to maintain their own power. What we are left with, then, is a puzzle, a series of disconnected pieces of evidence that suggest the existence of a far more advanced civilization than we ever imagined, one that existed long before the rise of the ancient civilizations we know. Whether this civilization was destroyed by a cataclysmic event, deliberately erased by those who came after, or simply faded into obscurity, the fact remains that its legacy lives on in the monuments, texts, and oral traditions of the ancient world. These fragments of lost knowledge, like pieces of an ancient jigsaw puzzle, provide us with glimpses of a time when humanity may have been far more advanced than we are today, only to lose that knowledge through forces beyond our control. As we continue to investigate the mysteries of the ancient world, we must acknowledge that the story of human history is far from complete. There are vast stretches of time and knowledge that have been lost, hidden, or obscured, and it is only through careful research, open-minded exploration, and an unwavering curiosity that we may begin to piece together the true story of humanity's origins. Whether we will ever uncover the full extent of this lost knowledge remains to be seen, but the evidence we have suggests that our understanding of the past is far more complicated, and far more mysterious, than we ever thought possible. As we continue to unravel the complex and often perplexing history of ancient civilizations, we must face the undeniable fact that much of what we thought we knew about the past may be incomplete, if not entirely wrong. With every discovery and every new piece of evidence that emerges, we find ourselves drawn into a web of contradictions and mysteries that challenge the very foundation of historical scholarship. The more we uncover, the more it becomes clear that the ancient world was far more sophisticated and interconnected than we have been taught to believe. And yet, the questions continue to mount: how did such advanced societies rise so quickly, and why did they fall just as mysteriously? Where did their knowledge go, and who were the true creators of these monumental structures and systems that continue to awe us today? Take, for example, the discovery of the ancient city of Atlantis. While many consider the story of Atlantis to be little more than myth, there is a growing body of evidence that suggests the possibility of a lost civilization with unparalleled knowledge and technology. The first written accounts of Atlantis come from the works of the ancient Greek philosopher Plato, who described it as a vast and highly advanced civilization that existed more than 9,000 years before his time. According to Plato, Atlantis was a powerful empire that eventually sank into the ocean, disappearing without a trace. Over the centuries, the story of Atlantis has been dismissed by many scholars as a mere allegory or myth. However, there are those who believe that Plato's account contains elements of truth, and that the lost city may have been based on real historical events. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Atlantis story is the detailed description of the city's infrastructure, technology, and society. Plato described Atlantis as a place of incredible wealth and innovation, with a society that was highly organized and technologically advanced. The city was said to have been built on a series of concentric rings of land and water, with enormous palaces, temples, and monuments, as well as sophisticated irrigation and transportation systems. The people of Atlantis were said to have possessed advanced knowledge of astronomy, mathematics, and engineering, and they had developed technologies that were far beyond what was available to other cultures at the time. This depiction of a highly advanced civilization, complete with remarkable architectural and engineering feats, raises the possibility that Atlantis was not just a myth, but a real civilization that was wiped out by a catastrophic event. While the location of Atlantis remains the subject of much debate, some researchers have pointed to real-world archaeological sites that seem to bear striking similarities to the descriptions in Plato's writings. The island of Santorini in the Aegean Sea, for example, has long been suggested as a possible location for Atlantis. In around 1600 BCE, the island was the site of a massive volcanic eruption, one of the most powerful in recorded history. The eruption caused the collapse of the island's central caldera, creating a massive tidal wave that devastated the surrounding region. Archaeological evidence suggests that the eruption destroyed a highly advanced civilization, the Minoans, who had established a thriving culture on the island. The Minoans were known for their impressive architecture, art, and advanced technologies, including the construction of sophisticated drainage systems and the use of a written script. Some researchers believe that the Minoan civilization may have been the real-life inspiration for Plato's story of Atlantis, with the volcanic eruption serving as the catastrophic event that led to the civilization's downfall. In addition to the Minoans, there are other ancient civilizations whose sudden disappearances have fueled speculation about lost knowledge and forgotten histories. The ancient Indus Valley civilization, for example, is one of the most enigmatic of all ancient cultures. Located in what is now modern-day Pakistan and India, the Indus Valley civilization was one of the earliest urban cultures in the world, predating even the Sumerians in Mesopotamia. The cities of Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, which were part of the Indus Valley, were meticulously planned, with advanced drainage systems, standardized brick construction, and a remarkable level of urban organization. The people of the Indus Valley also developed a system of writing, which has yet to be fully deciphered. Despite their advanced achievements, the Indus Valley civilization suddenly disappeared around 1900 BCE, and the reasons for its decline remain a mystery. Some researchers have suggested that climate change, flooding, or other environmental factors may have played a role in the collapse of the civilization. Others, however, believe that the decline of the Indus Valley may have been the result of a larger, more widespread catastrophe, possibly related to a series of catastrophic events that affected multiple civilizations in the region at the time. The sudden disappearance of the Indus Valley civilization is not unique. Many ancient cultures, from the Maya in Central America to the Olmec in Mexico, also experienced dramatic declines and eventual disappearances. These civilizations, all of which were highly advanced in their own right, left behind monumental structures, intricate artwork, and complex systems of knowledge. And yet, the reasons for their collapse remain elusive. Was it the result of external factors, such as invasions, natural disasters, or climate change? Or were these civilizations brought down by internal factors, such as political instability, warfare, or economic collapse? Or is it possible that these civilizations were victims of a more profound, unknown event, an event so catastrophic that it erased their knowledge and erased them from history? The idea that ancient civilizations may have been destroyed by some form of global catastrophe is one that has gained traction in recent years, especially as evidence of sudden and dramatic climate changes begins to surface. The Younger Dryas, a period of rapid cooling that occurred around 12,000 years ago, is one of the most well-known examples of such an event. During this time, the Earth experienced a dramatic drop in temperature, causing widespread environmental disruption and the extinction of many species. Some researchers believe that this sudden cooling may have been triggered by the impact of a comet or asteroid, which would have caused fires, floods, and a dramatic shift in the Earth's climate. The impact of such an event would have been devastating, causing the collapse of civilizations and the loss of much of the knowledge and technology that had been developed over thousands of years. Evidence for a comet or asteroid impact during the Younger Dryas period comes from a variety of sources, including sediment cores, geological evidence, and the discovery of iridium-rich layers in the Earth's crust. Iridium is a rare metal that is often associated with meteorites, and the presence of elevated levels of iridium in these layers suggests that a cosmic event may have occurred. The impact of such an event would have caused widespread fires, tsunamis, and other catastrophic effects, leading to the destruction of civilizations and the loss of knowledge. The idea of a lost civilization that possessed advanced knowledge, only to be destroyed by a global catastrophe, is not just a theory, it is a possibility that is supported by evidence. From the Minoans and the Indus Valley civilization to the ancient Egyptians and the Maya, there is a growing body of evidence that suggests that many of the world's ancient civilizations were far more advanced than we have been led to believe. These civilizations may have been the heirs to an even older culture, one that possessed knowledge and technologies that were far beyond anything we can imagine today. And while many of these civilizations have been lost to history, their legacy remains, hidden in the ruins of their cities, the remnants of their art and architecture, and the myths and legends that have survived for millennia. The ultimate question, then, is whether we will ever uncover the full extent of this lost knowledge. Will we be able to piece together the fragments of these lost civilizations and understand the true origins of our species? Or will these mysteries remain buried, hidden beneath layers of time, waiting for the right moment to reveal themselves? Whatever the answer may be, one thing is certain: the story of human civilization is far more complex and mysterious than we have ever imagined. The history we know is only one version of the past, and there may be many more stories waiting to be uncovered, stories that could reshape our understanding of who we are, where we came from, and what we are capable of achieving. As we continue to push the boundaries of our understanding of ancient civilizations, we are confronted with more questions than answers. The mysteries surrounding lost civilizations, ancient technologies, and their sudden disappearances are not easily dismissed, nor should they be. The more we examine the evidence, the clearer it becomes that there is an untold story buried beneath the surface of history, one that could completely rewrite everything we know about the origins of human civilization. From the discovery of ancient texts and artifacts to the rediscovery of long-forgotten sites, the idea that there was once a far more advanced civilization that predates everything we know is gaining traction. The puzzle pieces are scattered across the world, and it is only through persistent exploration and open-minded investigation that we might begin to see the larger picture. One of the key elements in uncovering the truth about these lost civilizations is understanding the way their knowledge may have been passed down through the ages. If we accept the possibility that an ancient civilization existed with technology and wisdom far beyond what we consider possible for their time, the question becomes, how did their knowledge survive after their fall? The simple answer might be that their knowledge was preserved in various forms: written texts, oral traditions, and architectural monuments. These remnants, scattered across different cultures and regions, may provide the key to understanding the advanced nature of these lost societies. Take, for example, the ancient Egyptians. They left behind a vast array of monuments, including the pyramids, temples, and tombs, which continue to astound modern-day architects and engineers. But beyond their physical structures, the Egyptians also left behind a wealth of written knowledge, including the famous Egyptian Book of the Dead, which provides insight into their beliefs about the afterlife and their advanced understanding of cosmology. The Egyptians' precise astronomical calculations, used to align their monuments with celestial bodies, demonstrate a sophisticated understanding of the universe that was far ahead of its time. Yet, as much as we have uncovered, there is still much we don't know about how these early astronomers managed to achieve such precision without the aid of modern telescopes or other instruments. Did they inherit this knowledge from an older, more advanced civilization, or was it the result of centuries of accumulated observation and experimentation? The idea that ancient civilizations may have inherited knowledge from a lost civilization is not confined to the Egyptians. Across the globe, we see similar patterns of advanced knowledge in cultures that had no apparent connection to one another. In the Andes Mountains of South America, the Incas built an empire that spanned much of the western coast of South America, creating monumental stone structures that remain some of the most impressive feats of ancient engineering. The Inca civilization, however, did not have access to the wheel, metal tools, or written language, yet they were able to construct highly complex structures with massive stones, fitting them together so precisely that not even a piece of paper can fit between the seams. This raises a profound question: how did the Incas, without advanced technology, achieve such remarkable feats of engineering? Some researchers believe that the Inca civilization, like the ancient Egyptians, may have inherited their knowledge from an older civilization that possessed advanced technology and wisdom. One theory suggests that the Incas' remarkable stonework was not the product of their own innovations, but rather a knowledge that had been passed down to them over generations. According to this theory, the Inca may have learned the techniques of stone cutting and building from the ancient people of Tiahuanaco, a mysterious pre-Inca culture that flourished in the highlands of Bolivia. Tiahuanaco, like the Inca, built monumental stone structures, including the famous Sun Gate, which is carved with symbols that some believe represent advanced astronomical knowledge. The city of Tiahuanaco, however, was abandoned long before the rise of the Inca Empire, leading some to speculate that it may have been a remnant of an even older, more advanced civilization, one whose knowledge was passed down through the ages, shaping the future of the Andean peoples. Across the ocean in the Pacific, the ancient Polynesians also present a mystery of advanced knowledge. The Polynesians, despite being isolated on islands scattered across vast distances, were able to navigate the open ocean with extraordinary precision. They used sophisticated methods of celestial navigation, relying on the stars, the sun, and the moon to guide their voyages. This knowledge was passed down through oral traditions and was essential for the Polynesians to establish their settlements across the islands of the Pacific. But how did they develop this knowledge? Some theorists suggest that the Polynesians, like the Egyptians and the Incas, may have inherited their navigation techniques from a much older civilization, one that had mastered the art of long-distance travel and exploration. There is evidence that ancient seafarers may have traveled across the Pacific much earlier than previously thought, potentially linking the Polynesians with lost civilizations that once spanned the entire globe. The question of how ancient civilizations passed down their knowledge is further complicated by the mystery of the ancient texts that have survived to this day. Many of the world's ancient cultures left behind written records that contain vast amounts of information, yet much of this knowledge remains indecipherable. The ancient Sumerians, for example, developed one of the earliest known systems of writing, cuneiform, around 3500 BCE. They left behind thousands of clay tablets, many of which contain administrative records, historical accounts, and religious texts. Some of these texts, however, contain references to gods, heroes, and events that seem to blur the lines between mythology and history. The Epic of Gilgamesh, for instance, tells the story of a king who embarks on a journey to find the secret of immortality. The tale, which contains elements of flood myths similar to those found in the Bible, also includes references to a lost city, a mysterious figure named Enkidu, and a journey to the underworld. These stories, while rich in symbolism and allegory, may also hold clues about a long-lost civilization, one whose knowledge and technology were passed down through the ages in the form of myths and legends. Similarly, the ancient Maya, whose civilization flourished in Mesoamerica long before the arrival of Europeans, left behind a wealth of written records that have yet to be fully deciphered. The Maya developed a complex system of hieroglyphic writing, which they used to record everything from historical events to astronomical observations. The Maya also created a highly accurate calendar system, one that was far more precise than the Gregorian calendar used today. Yet, despite their remarkable achievements, much of Maya civilization remains a mystery. The Maya, like the Sumerians, left behind fragmented texts and monuments that tell the story of their culture, but they did not leave behind a clear explanation of how they achieved such advanced knowledge. What we do know is that their civilization, like many others, mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind only the remnants of their once great culture. The evidence of advanced knowledge and technologies in ancient civilizations is not confined to the monumental structures and written records they left behind. In recent years, scientists and archaeologists have begun to discover evidence of ancient technologies that suggest these civilizations may have been far more advanced than we once thought. One such discovery is the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient analog computer that was found in a shipwreck off the coast of Greece. The mechanism, which dates back to around 100 BCE, was used to predict the positions of celestial bodies and track the movements of the stars. It is considered to be one of the most advanced pieces of technology from the ancient world, and its discovery has led many to question how the ancient Greeks were able to create such a complex device without the aid of modern tools. Similarly, in the Andes Mountains of South America, archaeologists have uncovered evidence of advanced metallurgy, including the use of high-temperature furnaces to create alloys that were far beyond the capabilities of the Inca Empire. The discovery of these ancient metallurgical techniques raises questions about the true origins of these technologies. Could they have been passed down from an even older civilization that possessed knowledge of metallurgy far beyond what we consider possible for their time? As we explore these ancient mysteries, we begin to realize that the story of human civilization is far more complex than we have been led to believe. The knowledge and technologies of the ancient world were not isolated, but rather were part of a larger, interconnected network of civilizations that shared ideas, inventions, and wisdom. These civilizations may have been connected in ways that we are only beginning to understand, and their achievements may have been far more advanced than we can imagine. Whether through the preservation of ancient texts, the survival of myths and legends, or the discovery of lost technologies, the evidence suggests that there is much more to the story of human history than we have yet uncovered. As we continue to delve into the enigmatic history of ancient civilizations, one of the most perplexing and thought-provoking aspects that emerges is the idea of advanced knowledge being lost over time. If ancient cultures possessed such extraordinary capabilities, how did they fall into oblivion? The more we explore the evidence, the more it becomes apparent that the loss of this knowledge may have been far more than just the natural erosion of time. It may have been part of a larger, more deliberate process. Could it be that ancient societies, after achieving levels of technological and cultural sophistication, were intentionally destroyed or erased from history? Or, perhaps more chillingly, did they simply disappear in the wake of a cataclysmic event that wiped out both their people and the knowledge they had accumulated over millennia? The concept of lost knowledge is not a new one. Throughout history, we have seen examples of cultures that vanished seemingly without a trace. In some cases, these civilizations left behind remnants of their once great achievements, massive stone structures, intricate artworks, and written texts that continue to puzzle modern archaeologists. The Maya, for instance, were a civilization renowned for their advanced understanding of astronomy, mathematics, and architecture. Yet, despite their profound knowledge, their civilization mysteriously collapsed around the 9th century CE. The reasons for this collapse remain unclear. Did climate change, warfare, or overpopulation contribute to their downfall, or was it something far more drastic that led to the disintegration of their once flourishing society? Perhaps the most shocking element of this mystery is that we may never truly know what caused these civilizations to collapse. While we may uncover bits and pieces of their histories, the full scope of their knowledge, the intricacies of their technologies, and the extent to which they may have influenced one another may remain forever beyond our reach. Some researchers speculate that the ancient Maya, for example, may have had access to technologies that are now considered lost. The discovery of complex astronomical devices, like the one at Copan in Honduras, suggests that the Maya were capable of sophisticated technological feats, perhaps even more so than we have credited them for in the past. Similarly, the ancient Egyptians left behind monumental structures that still baffle modern engineers and architects. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, is a marvel of precision, with its massive stone blocks perfectly aligned with the cardinal points. It remains a mystery how such large stones, some weighing more than 70 tons, were moved and positioned with such accuracy. The conventional explanations, such as the use of ramps or levers, do not fully account for the scale of the project. Could the Egyptians have had access to advanced machinery or techniques that have since been lost to history? Some researchers propose that ancient civilizations possessed tools or technologies that were far beyond anything we use today, yet for reasons unknown, these methods were abandoned or destroyed. The idea that ancient civilizations possessed advanced knowledge and technology that has been lost or deliberately erased is further supported by the discovery of megalithic structures around the world. In Peru, for instance, the site of Sacsayhuaman is composed of massive stone blocks, some weighing up to 100 tons, that are perfectly fitted together without the use of mortar. These stones are so precisely cut that not even a razor blade can fit between them. Yet, the Inca civilization, which is credited with building the site, did not have access to the tools necessary to cut and shape these massive stones. How, then, did they accomplish such feats? Some suggest that the Incas may have inherited their knowledge from a much older civilization, one that had mastered the art of stone cutting long before the rise of the Inca Empire. This ancient civilization, according to this theory, may have been destroyed by some catastrophic event, leaving behind only remnants of their once great achievements. The mystery of lost knowledge extends far beyond the ancient world. Even in more recent times, we see instances where knowledge has been suppressed or deliberately hidden. During the Renaissance, for example, ancient texts that had been preserved by Arab scholars were rediscovered in Europe, sparking a period of great intellectual and scientific advancement. Yet, many of these texts had been lost for centuries, hidden away by the forces of religious and political power. The knowledge contained within these ancient works was not simply forgotten, it was actively suppressed by those in power, who feared that it would challenge their authority. Could a similar process have occurred in the ancient world, with powerful elites actively erasing knowledge in order to maintain control over the masses? As we consider these possibilities, it becomes evident that the loss of ancient knowledge may not be a random occurrence, but rather part of a larger pattern throughout history. Cultures rise, flourish, and ultimately fall, sometimes due to external pressures like invasion or environmental disaster, and other times due to internal factors such as political instability or economic collapse. In the case of the ancient Egyptians, the fall of their civilization was not caused by a single event, but rather by a gradual decline that occurred over centuries. The last great pharaohs of Egypt, such as Ramses II, may have seen the decline of their empire due to a combination of factors, including the invasion of foreign peoples, economic struggles, and internal corruption. Despite the grandeur of their achievements, Egypt eventually became a shadow of its former self, its knowledge and power fading away with the passage of time. Yet, even in the face of such decline, the legacy of these ancient civilizations endures. The pyramids, temples, and other monumental structures left behind by the Egyptians continue to captivate modern audiences, offering a glimpse into the advanced engineering and architectural skills of the ancient world. Similarly, the ruins of the Maya cities, with their intricately carved stelae and pyramids, offer a testament to the ingenuity and knowledge of a people who were able to chart the stars and predict celestial events with remarkable accuracy. Even in their decline, these civilizations left behind clues that allow us to piece together their knowledge, providing us with a better understanding of who they were and what they were capable of achieving. However, the real question remains, how much of this knowledge was lost entirely, and how much of it is still hidden, waiting to be rediscovered? It is possible that there are vast stores of ancient knowledge buried beneath the earth, waiting to be uncovered. In recent years, scientists have made stunning discoveries of lost cities, ancient libraries, and even long-forgotten artifacts that have the potential to shed light on the lost knowledge of ancient civilizations. The discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls in the 20th century, for example, revealed ancient texts that had been hidden away for thousands of years, offering new insights into the religious and cultural practices of the ancient world. Could similar discoveries await us, offering clues to the lost technologies and philosophies of long-gone civilizations? In many ways, the search for lost knowledge is a journey that mirrors humanity's quest for understanding itself. Just as we look to the stars to learn about the origins of the universe, we look to the past to understand the origins of our own civilization. And just as we have uncovered evidence of advanced technologies and knowledge that seem to defy explanation, we must remain open to the possibility that the true story of our past is far more complex, and far more mysterious, than we can currently imagine. With each discovery, we come closer to uncovering the hidden chapters of human history, and perhaps even unlocking the secrets of a lost civilization that once flourished, only to vanish without a trace. As we continue to explore the ancient world, it is essential to approach these mysteries with both skepticism and curiosity. Skepticism, because we must question the prevailing assumptions and beliefs that have shaped our understanding of history; curiosity, because the unknown is what drives us to uncover the truth. Only by embracing both can we hope to uncover the full story of humanity's origins, and perhaps even rediscover the lost knowledge of the ancients. As we continue our exploration of ancient mysteries, the more we delve into the past, the more we encounter perplexing patterns and anomalies that challenge the accepted understanding of human history. The idea that advanced civilizations existed long before the rise of the cultures we recognize today is a tantalizing one, and with each new discovery, this theory gains further credibility. Yet, even as evidence continues to surface, it becomes clear that these ancient cultures may have possessed knowledge and capabilities that have been lost or hidden from view. Could it be that there was once a global network of civilizations, interconnected by shared knowledge and advancements, only to fall victim to time, catastrophe, and deliberate erasure? And if so, what exactly happened to them? Throughout history, we have seen many examples of civilizations that appeared to possess extraordinary knowledge, only for that knowledge to be either lost or purposefully concealed. The ancient Egyptians, for example, are known for their remarkable achievements in architecture, engineering, and astronomy. The construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza remains one of the most awe-inspiring feats of engineering in human history, yet there is still no clear consensus on how the Egyptians managed to move and place the enormous stone blocks with such precision. Similarly, their mastery of astronomy, evidenced by the alignment of their pyramids with celestial bodies, suggests a level of astronomical knowledge that seems far beyond what should have been available to them at the time. Could this knowledge have been passed down from an even older civilization, one that had achieved a level of sophistication that modern scholars can only begin to fathom? The mystery of lost knowledge extends beyond the Egyptians. In the Americas, the Maya civilization left behind complex astronomical systems, highly accurate calendars, and impressive architectural structures. The Maya were able to track the movements of celestial bodies with remarkable precision, and their calendars were so accurate that they predicted solar and lunar eclipses centuries in advance. Yet, the question remains, how did the Maya, without the advanced technology that we associate with such achievements, develop such sophisticated knowledge? Was it the result of centuries of careful observation and study, or did they inherit this knowledge from an ancient source, perhaps one that was destroyed in a cataclysmic event? Another compelling example is the ancient city of Tiwanaku in the Andes, which has long puzzled archaeologists. The site is home to massive stone structures that are intricately carved with symbols and figures that seem to defy the capabilities of the civilization that built them. The stones used in the construction of these structures are so precisely cut and fit together that it is impossible to insert a sheet of paper between them. Yet, the culture that built Tiwanaku is thought to have had only rudimentary tools. How did they manage to craft such finely detailed stonework? Some theorists believe that Tiwanaku may have been the site of an even older, more advanced civilization, one that passed down its knowledge to the later cultures that rose in the region. Throughout the world, we find similar examples of advanced cultures whose knowledge appears to have been either lost or hidden from the historical record. The ancient Sumerians, for instance, developed one of the earliest known writing systems, cuneiform, around 3500 BCE. Yet, despite their mastery of writing, mathematics, and astronomy, much of their knowledge remains a mystery. The Sumerians' understanding of the cosmos was extraordinary, and they were able to calculate the movements of the planets with remarkable accuracy. However, the precise origins of this knowledge remain elusive. Was it a product of their own observations, or did the Sumerians inherit this wisdom from an earlier, more advanced civilization? The idea that ancient civilizations may have shared knowledge across vast distances is not a new one. Over the centuries, researchers have pointed to the similarities between the architectural, astronomical, and mathematical achievements of distant cultures as evidence of an ancient global network of knowledge. The alignment of the pyramids in Egypt with the stars, for example, mirrors the alignment of megalithic structures in Europe, such as Stonehenge. The ancient structures of the Maya, the Egyptians, and the Sumerians all seem to reflect an advanced understanding of astronomy and geometry that would have been difficult to achieve without some form of shared knowledge. It is possible that these civilizations were not isolated from one another, but rather were connected by a common thread of knowledge passed down over generations, perhaps originating from a single source. As we explore these mysteries, we are confronted with the possibility that the knowledge of these ancient civilizations was deliberately erased or suppressed. Throughout history, powerful forces have sought to control knowledge, and it is not hard to imagine that ancient civilizations, with their advanced technologies and understanding, may have posed a threat to those in power. Knowledge, after all, has always been a tool of control, and those who held it often sought to keep it from the masses. In the case of the ancient world, it is possible that certain elites deliberately suppressed or destroyed knowledge in order to maintain their authority. We see evidence of this in the historical record, where ancient texts and records were burned or hidden by those who feared that the knowledge contained within them would destabilize the established order. The deliberate erasure of knowledge is not just a theoretical possibility, it is a well-documented phenomenon throughout history. During the reign of the Roman Empire, for example, the burning of the Library of Alexandria, the largest library in the ancient world, was a catastrophic loss of knowledge. Thousands of scrolls containing the accumulated wisdom of ancient civilizations were destroyed, and much of the knowledge contained within them was lost forever. It is said that the library housed works from ancient Greece, Egypt, Persia, and India, among others, and its destruction marked the end of an era of intellectual exchange between these great civilizations. While some of the knowledge may have been preserved in other forms, the loss of the Library of Alexandria was a blow from which the ancient world never fully recovered. Similarly, the rise of Christianity in the Roman Empire led to the suppression of many pagan traditions and texts. As Christianity became the dominant religion, the teachings of ancient philosophers, scientists, and mathematicians were often discarded or destroyed. The burning of the ancient texts was not just a matter of erasing history, it was an attempt to reshape the future by controlling the narrative. The same can be said for many other cultures throughout history, where knowledge was not freely shared but was instead guarded by those in power. Given this history of knowledge suppression, it is not hard to imagine that the same thing could have happened in the ancient world. Perhaps the advanced knowledge of ancient civilizations was intentionally erased or hidden in order to maintain control over the masses. This would explain why so much of the wisdom of the ancient world remains lost to us, and why the records of ancient cultures are often so fragmented. The knowledge that once existed may have been deliberately hidden, not because it was lost, but because it was considered dangerous. In addition to deliberate suppression, the loss of ancient knowledge could also be attributed to natural disasters and catastrophic events. The idea of a global catastrophe that wiped out entire civilizations is one that has gained traction in recent years, especially with the discovery of evidence for sudden climate changes and natural disasters in ancient times. The Younger Dryas, a period of rapid climate cooling that occurred around 12,000 years ago, is one such event that may have contributed to the downfall of ancient civilizations. This sudden shift in climate would have caused widespread disruptions to agriculture, leading to food shortages, social upheaval, and the collapse of many cultures. Another possible explanation for the loss of ancient knowledge is the occurrence of cataclysmic events, such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, or asteroid impacts. The eruption of Mount Toba, for example, around 74,000 years ago, is thought to have triggered a volcanic winter, which led to a drastic reduction in the Earth's temperature and caused widespread environmental destruction. Such events would have wiped out entire populations, destroying cities and cultures, and potentially erasing much of the knowledge that these civilizations had accumulated. Ultimately, the question remains, what happened to the knowledge of these ancient civilizations? Did it truly disappear, or was it intentionally erased from the historical record? The evidence suggests that both forces, natural disasters and deliberate suppression, may have played a role in the loss of ancient wisdom. What is clear, however, is that the legacy of these civilizations continues to captivate and intrigue us, and as we continue to uncover their secrets, we may find that the story of humanity's past is far more complex and mysterious than we have ever imagined. As we continue to unravel the mysteries surrounding ancient civilizations, it becomes clear that there is more to human history than we have been led to believe. Over the years, scholars, archaeologists, and historians have uncovered a wealth of evidence suggesting that our ancestors may have been far more advanced than we initially assumed. From the monumental ruins of ancient cities to the sophisticated knowledge embedded in their art, architecture, and mythology, it is becoming increasingly difficult to deny that the human story is filled with hidden chapters waiting to be discovered. And yet, despite the growing body of evidence pointing to advanced ancient civilizations, many questions remain unanswered. How could these ancient societies have achieved such remarkable feats of engineering and science without the tools and technologies we associate with modern civilization? Was their knowledge inherited from even older civilizations, or did they independently reach levels of sophistication that have since been lost to history? The more we examine the evidence, the clearer it becomes that many of the civilizations we once thought to be primitive were, in fact, highly advanced. Take, for example, the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza. Even with our modern technology and tools, the construction of these massive structures remains a mystery. The precision with which the stones were cut and placed, as well as the sheer scale of the project, is staggering. How did the ancient Egyptians, with their relatively primitive tools, manage to move and position blocks weighing several tons? The most widely accepted theories, such as the use of ramps, seem inadequate in explaining the precision with which the pyramids were constructed. Some researchers have even proposed that the Egyptians possessed knowledge of advanced technologies that have since been lost to history. Was there a time, long before recorded history, when ancient civilizations developed methods and tools far beyond what we currently understand? In South America, the mystery of ancient engineering continues to intrigue researchers. The stonework of the Inca civilization, for instance, is renowned for its precision. The walls of Incan buildings are constructed from large stone blocks that fit together so tightly that not even a sheet of paper can fit between them. Yet, the Incas did not have the technology to cut or shape these massive stones with the level of precision we see in the ruins of their cities. How could a civilization without advanced tools achieve such remarkable feats of engineering? Some theorists suggest that the Incas, like many other ancient cultures, inherited their knowledge from an even older, more advanced civilization. Perhaps the knowledge that allowed them to create such precise stonework had been passed down through generations, originating from a civilization that predated the Inca Empire. This theory is further supported by the existence of ancient megalithic sites, such as Ollantaytambo and Sacsayhuaman, where the stonework seems to defy explanation. The mystery of lost knowledge is not confined to the Inca or Egyptian civilizations. In fact, the question of lost knowledge is a global phenomenon. In the ancient Near East, for example, the Sumerians are often credited with creating the first known system of writing, cuneiform, around 3500 BCE. They also developed advanced systems of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering. Yet, despite their many achievements, the origins of Sumerian knowledge remain a mystery. How did the Sumerians develop such sophisticated mathematical and astronomical systems? Did they inherit this knowledge from an earlier civilization, or did they arrive at these discoveries independently? Similar questions surround the ancient civilizations of the Indus Valley, the Maya, and the civilizations of Mesoamerica. Each of these cultures demonstrated advanced knowledge in fields such as architecture, astronomy, and mathematics, yet the origins of this knowledge remain unclear. One possible explanation for these mysteries is the existence of a lost civilization that predates all of the known ancient cultures. This lost civilization, which some refer to as a global civilization, could have possessed advanced technologies and knowledge that were passed down through various cultures. Perhaps this civilization was destroyed by a catastrophic event, an event so catastrophic that it wiped out not only the people who created it but also the knowledge they had accumulated. In the aftermath of such an event, the survivors may have been forced to rebuild from scratch, inheriting only fragments of the lost civilization's knowledge. This theory is supported by the fact that many ancient cultures share similar architectural, astronomical, and mathematical knowledge, despite being separated by vast distances and having no apparent contact with one another. The idea of a lost global civilization is further bolstered by the discovery of ancient artifacts and structures that defy explanation. Take, for example, the discovery of the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient analog computer found in a shipwreck off the coast of Greece. The device, which dates back to around 100 BCE, was used to predict the positions of celestial bodies and track the movements of the stars. For centuries, scholars believed that such technology did not exist in the ancient world. Yet, the Antikythera mechanism is a clear example of a level of technological sophistication that was far ahead of its time. How did the ancient Greeks, who were thought to be primitive in comparison to modern civilizations, develop such a complex device? Did they inherit this knowledge from an even older civilization that had mastered the art of mechanical engineering? Similarly, in South America, the discovery of the mysterious Nazca lines has sparked much debate. These enormous geoglyphs, which can only be fully appreciated from the air, cover an area of hundreds of square kilometers and depict various animals, plants, and geometric shapes. The purpose of these lines remains a mystery, but some researchers believe that they may have had an astronomical or religious significance. What is even more puzzling is the fact that the Nazca people, who created these lines, did not have the technology to view them from the sky. How could they have created such precise designs without the ability to see them from above? Some theorists suggest that the Nazca civilization may have inherited this knowledge from an ancient, technologically advanced civilization, possibly one that had the ability to fly or navigate the skies in some form. The idea that ancient civilizations may have shared knowledge across great distances is not confined to the study of artifacts and architecture. The mythologies and religious traditions of many ancient cultures also contain striking similarities. For example, the flood myth is found in cultures across the globe, from the ancient Sumerians to the Native American tribes of North America, to the civilizations of Central America and the ancient Greeks. These myths, which describe a great deluge that wiped out most of humanity, could be evidence of a shared memory of a catastrophic event, possibly one that occurred at the end of the last ice age. Some researchers suggest that the flood myths may be based on real events, such as the flooding of the Black Sea or the melting of glaciers that caused catastrophic flooding in various regions of the world. Could this global flood have been the catalyst for the loss of ancient knowledge and the destruction of a once advanced civilization? As we continue to investigate these ancient mysteries, we must remain open to the possibility that the history of humanity is far more complex than we have been led to believe. The evidence points to the existence of advanced civilizations that predates the ones we have long considered to be the cradle of human civilization. Whether through the construction of monumental structures, the development of sophisticated technologies, or the sharing of knowledge across vast distances, these civilizations may have left behind a legacy that is still waiting to be discovered. Perhaps we have only begun to scratch the surface of what is truly possible when it comes to understanding our ancient past. The journey to uncover these lost civilizations is one that requires an open mind, a willingness to question established beliefs, and a determination to seek the truth, no matter how difficult or uncomfortable it may be. With each discovery, we move closer to understanding the true nature of human history. And who knows what further revelations await us as we continue to explore the hidden corners of our past. The ancient world may still have much to teach us about ourselves and the extraordinary potential of human civilization. As we delve deeper into the mysteries of ancient civilizations, it becomes increasingly apparent that the story of humanity's past is far more complex than what traditional history books have led us to believe. The more we uncover, the more we encounter evidence of advanced knowledge and technologies that challenge our understanding of what ancient cultures were truly capable of. From the construction of megalithic structures to the sophisticated astronomical systems of the Maya and the Egyptians, it seems clear that ancient societies were far more advanced than we have traditionally given them credit for. But how did these societies, with seemingly rudimentary tools and technologies, accomplish such feats? Was it the result of knowledge passed down from even older civilizations, or did these cultures develop these advanced techniques independently? One of the most enduring mysteries of the ancient world is the construction of the megalithic structures that dot the landscape of many ancient civilizations. These structures, which range from massive stone circles like Stonehenge to the precision-cut blocks of the Egyptian pyramids and the megalithic walls of Machu Picchu, all share a common trait: they were built with an incredible degree of skill and precision, yet the methods used to construct them remain largely a mystery. In some cases, the stones used in these structures are so massive and so finely cut that modern engineering techniques would struggle to replicate the same feats. For example, the Great Pyramid of Giza is made up of millions of limestone and granite blocks, some weighing as much as 80 tons. The question remains, how did the ancient Egyptians, who lacked modern machinery, manage to cut, transport, and precisely place these massive stones with such accuracy? Many theories have been proposed, from the use of simple ramps to more elaborate systems involving levers and pulleys, but none have fully explained the sheer scale and precision of the construction. Could it be that the Egyptians possessed a level of technological knowledge that has since been lost to history? Similarly, in South America, the Inca civilization left behind incredible stonework that continues to baffle researchers. In places like Sacsayhuaman and Ollantaytambo, the Incas constructed walls with huge, perfectly cut stones that fit together so tightly that not even a sheet of paper can be inserted between them. Yet, the Incas did not have the wheel, metal tools, or written language, all of which we typically associate with advanced civilizations. How, then, did they manage to achieve such precision? Some researchers believe that the Inca may have inherited their stone-cutting techniques from an even older civilization, one that predates the Inca Empire. This theory suggests that the Inca were not the creators of these remarkable structures, but rather the inheritors of knowledge from a lost civilization that had mastered the art of stone cutting. If true, this would imply that the Inca were just one chapter in a much older and more complex history of human civilization. The question of lost civilizations is not limited to Egypt, South America, or the ancient Near East. Around the world, we find evidence of cultures with highly advanced knowledge of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering. The ancient Sumerians, for instance, are credited with developing one of the earliest known writing systems, cuneiform, as well as an advanced understanding of mathematics and astronomy. The Sumerians used a base, 60 system of counting that is still evident today in our timekeeping system, and their astronomical knowledge allowed them to track the movements of the stars and planets with remarkable accuracy. But how did the Sumerians come by such knowledge? Did they develop it independently, or did they inherit it from an even older civilization? The Sumerians themselves spoke of gods, who descended from the heavens and imparted knowledge to them. Could these gods have been extraterrestrial visitors, or were they representatives of a long-lost civilization that possessed knowledge far beyond what we understand today? Across the globe, there are similar stories of advanced knowledge passed down through myth and legend. The ancient Maya, for example, developed a calendar system that was far more accurate than the one used in Europe until the advent of the Gregorian calendar. The Maya were able to track celestial movements with extraordinary precision, and their knowledge of astronomy was far ahead of its time. They also constructed impressive architectural structures, including massive pyramids and observatories, which were aligned with the stars. Yet, despite their remarkable achievements, the Maya civilization mysteriously collapsed in the 9th century CE. The reasons for their decline remain unclear, but some researchers suggest that the knowledge the Maya possessed may have been passed down from an even older civilization, one that had long since disappeared. This raises the intriguing possibility that the Maya were not the creators of their advanced knowledge, but rather its inheritors, continuing the work of a lost civilization that had come before them. The idea that advanced knowledge may have been passed down through the ages by various cultures is further supported by the widespread similarities in ancient mythologies. Around the world, we find flood myths and creation stories that share striking similarities. From the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh to the biblical story of Noah's Ark, these myths tell of a great flood that wiped out much of humanity, with only a select few surviving to repopulate the earth. Some researchers suggest that these myths may be based on real events, such as the end of the last ice age, when rising sea levels and other environmental changes caused catastrophic flooding in many parts of the world. If this theory is correct, it would suggest that the flood myths are not just the product of cultural imagination, but rather the collective memory of a global catastrophe that destroyed a civilization and left only remnants of its knowledge behind. Another fascinating example of this possible transfer of knowledge can be found in the ancient art of metallurgy. In the Andes, the ancient Peruvians were able to create alloys of gold, silver, and copper that were far more advanced than anything found in the Old World at the time. The Inca, for instance, had an exceptional ability to refine gold to a degree of purity that was unmatched in Europe until the 19th century. How did they achieve this level of sophistication? Some researchers believe that the Inca may have inherited this knowledge from an older civilization, one that had mastered the art of metallurgy long before the Inca Empire rose to power. If this is the case, it suggests that ancient civilizations may have shared knowledge of advanced technologies and techniques, passing them down from one culture to another over the course of millennia. This theory of knowledge transfer is also supported by the discovery of ancient texts and artifacts that hint at a lost civilization. The Sumerians, for example, left behind thousands of clay tablets, many of which contain accounts of their gods and their interactions with humanity. The most famous of these texts is the Epic of Gilgamesh, which tells the story of a king who embarks on a journey to find the secret of immortality. The tale is filled with references to gods who descended from the heavens, as well as ancient cities that have long since disappeared. These texts suggest that the Sumerians were not the originators of their advanced knowledge, but rather the inheritors of a much older tradition that was passed down from earlier cultures. Similarly, in Egypt, the ancient texts and inscriptions found in the tombs and temples of the pharaohs speak of a deep and ancient knowledge of the cosmos. The Egyptians were able to align their pyramids with the stars and track the movements of celestial bodies with incredible accuracy. Yet, the origins of this knowledge remain a mystery. Did the Egyptians develop it on their own, or did they inherit it from a more advanced civilization that existed long before them? The possibility that ancient cultures shared knowledge across vast distances and through millennia raises the question of whether there was once a global civilization that spanned the earth, a civilization whose knowledge was passed down and preserved through the ages. As we continue to explore these mysteries, we are faced with more questions than answers. What happened to the advanced civilizations that once thrived on Earth? Were they destroyed in a cataclysmic event, or did they simply fade into obscurity over time? And if their knowledge was lost, how much of it remains hidden, waiting to be rediscovered? The search for answers to these questions is ongoing, and with each new discovery, we come closer to understanding the true scope of human history. Perhaps, in time, we will uncover the lost knowledge of the ancients, and in doing so, rewrite our understanding of the past, the present, and the future. As we continue to explore the mysteries of ancient civilizations, one of the most fascinating aspects that emerges is the presence of highly advanced engineering feats scattered across the globe. These structures, often attributed to ancient cultures, seem to defy the conventional understanding of the capabilities of early human societies. How could people, seemingly without the advanced tools and machinery we possess today, have built such complex, monumental structures that continue to baffle modern engineers and archaeologists? From the precision of the Great Pyramid of Giza to the massive stone blocks of the Inca at Sacsayhuaman, the evidence suggests that ancient civilizations were capable of far more than we have traditionally believed. But what if these civilizations were not merely exceptionally skilled builders, but rather the inheritors of knowledge from an even older, more advanced society? One of the most enduring mysteries in this context is the construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Standing as one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world, the pyramid has long been a source of fascination for historians and archaeologists. Despite extensive study, the methods used to construct the pyramid remain shrouded in mystery. The scale of the project is staggering. Millions of limestone blocks, some weighing several tons, were used to create a structure that aligns almost perfectly with the cardinal points of the compass. The precision with which the stones were cut and positioned is almost impossible to replicate with modern technology, and the question of how such an enormous structure could have been built by hand, without the aid of cranes or other modern tools, has led to numerous theories. Some suggest that ramps or levers were used, while others propose more speculative ideas, such as the possibility of lost advanced technology. The mystery deepens when one considers that the ancient Egyptians, despite their remarkable achievements, did not possess the metal tools that would seem necessary for such precise work. What if the Egyptians were not the original creators of this knowledge but were, in fact, the inheritors of advanced engineering techniques passed down from a long-lost civilization? This theory has gained traction in recent years, especially as more evidence comes to light that suggests the existence of civilizations that predate recorded history. Some researchers argue that the Egyptians, rather than inventing their methods of construction, may have inherited the knowledge of a more ancient society, one that had mastered the art of building with massive stones and aligning structures with astronomical precision. This theory implies that there was once a global network of advanced civilizations, connected by shared knowledge and techniques that were passed down through the ages, only to be lost or deliberately erased by the forces of time, catastrophe, or conquest. The possibility of such a lost civilization is not confined to Egypt. Across the world, we find similar examples of advanced engineering and construction techniques that seem to defy the capabilities of the societies that built them. In South America, the Inca civilization left behind massive stone structures that continue to puzzle archaeologists. The walls of their cities, such as Sacsayhuaman, are made from enormous stones that fit together with such precision that even a razor blade cannot be inserted between them. Yet, the Inca lacked the wheel, metal tools, and written language, technologies that we typically associate with advanced civilizations. How, then, did the Inca manage to build such sophisticated structures? One possibility is that, like the Egyptians, the Inca inherited their knowledge from a far older civilization. Perhaps the Inca were the last in a long line of civilizations that had been building with stone for millennia, learning from and adding to the knowledge passed down through generations. The evidence for this theory is found not only in the precise stonework of the Inca, but also in the remarkable engineering feats they achieved in other areas. The Inca are known for their advanced agricultural techniques, including the construction of terraces and irrigation systems that allowed them to cultivate crops in even the harshest environments. These systems, many of which are still in use today, demonstrate a deep understanding of hydraulics and water management, knowledge that was likely passed down through generations. But the real question remains, where did this knowledge come from? Could it have been the product of an even older civilization that had mastered the art of engineering and agriculture long before the Inca Empire rose to prominence? The theory that advanced knowledge was passed down through ancient civilizations is further supported by the discovery of ancient megalithic sites around the world. These sites, which include the massive stone circles of Stonehenge in England and the megalithic temples of Malta, are all built with a level of precision and complexity that suggests the builders possessed an advanced understanding of mathematics, astronomy, and engineering. Stonehenge, for example, is aligned with the movements of the sun, and its massive stones were transported from quarries that are located several miles away from the site. The precise methods used to transport and position these stones remain a mystery, but they demonstrate a level of technological sophistication that is difficult to reconcile with the tools and materials that would have been available to the builders. Similarly, the megalithic temples of Malta, such as the House Aflini Hypogeum, contain massive stone blocks that are cut and fitted together with an accuracy that is impossible to replicate with the tools of the time. These structures, which date back to around 3000 BCE, are believed to have served religious or ceremonial purposes, but their precise alignment with the stars and the sun suggests that the builders had a deep understanding of astronomy and the cycles of the cosmos. The question that arises, then, is how such small, isolated cultures, like the ancient Maltese, could have achieved such remarkable feats of engineering and astronomical alignment. Could they have inherited this knowledge from a more ancient, global civilization, or were they working independently, developing these techniques on their own? This same question arises when examining the ancient ruins of the Indus Valley Civilization, which flourished around 4,500 years ago in what is now modern-day Pakistan and India. The Indus Valley Civilization was known for its advanced urban planning, with cities like Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa featuring grid-like streets, advanced drainage systems, and well-organized public spaces. The precision of their engineering, particularly in the construction of their water management systems, suggests a high level of sophistication. Yet, despite their achievements, the Indus Valley Civilization remains one of the least understood ancient cultures. The script used by the Indus people has yet to be deciphered, and the reasons for their eventual collapse remain a mystery. Could it be that, like the Egyptians and the Inca, the Indus Valley Civilization inherited its knowledge from an even older society, one that had long since disappeared? The idea of a lost, global civilization is further supported by the evidence of ancient myths and legends found in cultures all over the world. Many of these myths, such as the stories of the Great Flood, speak of a time when the earth was destroyed by a catastrophic event, and only a few survivors were left to rebuild. These stories, which are found in cultures ranging from the Sumerians to the Native Americans, suggest that a global catastrophe may have wiped out an advanced civilization, leaving only fragments of its knowledge behind. Could these myths be based on real events, such as the end of the last ice age, when rising sea levels and other environmental changes caused widespread destruction? And if so, could the survivors of this catastrophe have preserved and passed down the knowledge of the lost civilization? The idea that an ancient global civilization existed and was wiped out by a cataclysmic event is not just speculative fiction, it is a theory that is gaining increasing support among researchers and scholars. The discovery of ancient artifacts, structures, and texts that suggest a much higher level of technological sophistication than we previously thought possible, combined with the widespread similarities in ancient mythologies, points to the possibility that human history is far older and more complex than we have been taught. As we continue to explore these mysteries, it is important to keep an open mind. The conventional understanding of ancient civilizations is based on a limited amount of evidence, and much of that evidence has been shaped by the biases and assumptions of those who have written history. As new discoveries are made, it is becoming increasingly clear that the ancient world was far more advanced than we have given it credit for. The question now is not whether these advanced civilizations existed, but how much of their knowledge has been lost, and how much of it is still waiting to be rediscovered. The mysteries of the ancient world are vast, and each new discovery brings us one step closer to understanding the true scope of human history. As we continue to dig deeper into the mysteries surrounding the origins of human civilization, we begin to encounter patterns, enigmas, and astonishing discoveries that challenge everything we thought we knew about the past. One of the most mind-boggling aspects of ancient history is the sheer scale and complexity of the knowledge and technologies that many ancient cultures possessed. From the massive stone structures that still stand as symbols of engineering prowess, to the cryptic writings and artifacts that hint at lost wisdom, it becomes increasingly evident that the ancients were capable of far more than we have historically given them credit for. But what if there was more to their achievements than we realize? What if they were not the sole creators of these monumental accomplishments, but rather the inheritors of ancient knowledge from a civilization that existed long before? One of the most striking examples of this lost knowledge can be seen in the extraordinary construction feats of the ancient Egyptians. The Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, continues to be a source of fascination for both historians and engineers alike. The precision with which the stones were cut and arranged, the alignment of the structure with the stars, and the sheer size of the pyramid all suggest a level of technological sophistication that seems out of place for a civilization that, according to traditional history, was just beginning to develop their tools and knowledge. The question arises, how could the ancient Egyptians have possibly built such a structure with the limited tools they had at their disposal? Some researchers suggest that they had access to advanced knowledge or tools that have since been lost, while others propose more speculative theories, including the possibility that the Egyptians inherited their knowledge from an even older civilization that predates recorded history. This idea of a lost, advanced civilization is not confined to Egypt alone. Around the world, we see similar examples of ancient societies building structures that seem to defy the technological limitations of their time. In South America, the Inca civilization left behind massive stone structures like those at Sacsayhuaman, which feature enormous stones that fit together so perfectly that no mortar was needed. The precision of the stonework is so exact that it has baffled modern engineers, who struggle to replicate the techniques used to shape and transport the massive stones. The Inca, like the Egyptians, did not have advanced metal tools, cranes, or even the wheel, yet they were able to create some of the most impressive stone structures in the world. Could it be that, like the Egyptians, the Inca were also the inheritors of a much older knowledge passed down from a forgotten civilization? The mystery of these ancient construction feats extends to other parts of the world as well. Consider the megalithic sites found in places like Europe, Asia, and even the Pacific Islands. Structures like Stonehenge in England, the Moai statues of Easter Island, and the megalithic temples of Malta all exhibit a high level of sophistication in their construction. Stonehenge, for example, is aligned with astronomical precision, and the stones that formed the structure were transported from quarries many miles away. How did ancient people without modern machinery manage to transport and position such enormous stones with such accuracy? Similarly, the Moai statues of Easter Island, some of which weigh several tons, were carved from volcanic tuff using primitive tools. The logistics involved in moving and erecting these statues remain a mystery, and the question arises again, did these ancient cultures possess a level of knowledge and technology that has since been lost, or were they building on the achievements of an even older civilization? The idea that ancient civilizations were not isolated but rather part of a much larger, interconnected global network is further supported by the shared knowledge found in ancient mythologies and religious traditions. Around the world, many cultures have stories of gods or celestial beings who descended from the heavens to impart knowledge to humanity. The Sumerians, for example, spoke of the Anunnaki, a race of gods who supposedly brought advanced knowledge to the people of Mesopotamia. Similarly, in the ancient Hindu texts, there are stories of the gods imparting knowledge of metallurgy, architecture, and astronomy to humanity. The ancient Egyptians, too, spoke of gods who gave them the secrets of the stars, the earth, and the construction of their great monuments. Could these stories be symbolic of a much deeper truth, that these gods were not divine beings, but representatives of an advanced civilization that visited Earth long before recorded history? The shared themes in these mythologies suggest that ancient cultures may have been connected in ways we have yet to fully understand. Some researchers have proposed that there was once a global civilization that spanned the Earth, with cultures in distant regions exchanging knowledge and ideas long before the rise of what we consider the first great civilizations. This theory suggests that the achievements of civilizations like Egypt, Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, and the Maya were not the result of isolated developments, but rather the continuation of knowledge passed down from an earlier, more advanced society. One of the most intriguing pieces of evidence supporting this theory comes from the discovery of ancient artifacts that appear to be far ahead of their time. The Antikythera mechanism, for example, is a complex analog computer that dates back to around 100 BCE. Found in a shipwreck off the coast of Greece, the mechanism was used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses. The level of craftsmanship and engineering involved in creating such a device was far beyond what was thought possible for ancient civilizations, yet it is clear that it was created by someone with an advanced understanding of mechanics and astronomy. How could the ancient Greeks have created such a sophisticated device without the technological knowledge of the industrial age? Some researchers have speculated that the Antikythera mechanism is evidence of lost technology, possibly passed down from a more advanced civilization that existed long before the Greeks. Similarly, in South America, the discovery of the Nazca lines has sparked much speculation. These massive geoglyphs, which are best viewed from the air, depict animals, plants, and geometric shapes, and their purpose remains a mystery. The question that arises is, how did the Nazca people, who lacked the ability to fly or view their creations from above, create such precise and large-scale designs? Some researchers believe that the Nazca may have inherited their knowledge from an ancient civilization that possessed aerial technologies or had access to knowledge of the stars and the Earth's geometry far beyond what we typically attribute to ancient cultures. This theory is supported by the fact that the Nazca lines are aligned with certain celestial bodies, suggesting a deep understanding of astronomy that may have been passed down from an even older civilization. The possibility that ancient civilizations shared knowledge across vast distances is also evident in the similarities between the architectural styles of distant cultures. The pyramids of Egypt, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the step pyramids of Mesoamerica, and the ancient temples of India all share striking similarities in their design and construction. These similarities suggest that there may have been a common architectural language used by ancient cultures, one that was passed down from an earlier, global civilization. Could it be that these civilizations were not working in isolation, but were instead part of a global network of knowledge and innovation, sharing ideas and techniques across the globe? The question of lost knowledge extends beyond just construction and engineering. Many ancient cultures also exhibited advanced knowledge in fields like astronomy, mathematics, and medicine. The Maya, for example, developed an incredibly accurate calendar system that was capable of predicting solar and lunar eclipses with remarkable precision. The ancient Egyptians had a profound understanding of the stars and the movements of the planets, as evidenced by the alignment of their pyramids with the stars of Orion's belt. In ancient India, the Vedic texts describe sophisticated methods of surgery, including techniques for performing brain surgery that were far ahead of their time. How did these ancient cultures acquire such knowledge, and where did it come from? Could they have inherited it from a long-lost civilization that was far more advanced than we have traditionally thought? As we continue to explore these mysteries, we are faced with the tantalizing possibility that the ancient world was far more interconnected and sophisticated than we have been led to believe. The idea that advanced knowledge was passed down through generations, across continents and cultures, suggests that the story of human history is far more complex than the conventional narrative. The question, then, is not whether these ancient civilizations were advanced, but where they got their knowledge from, and what happened to the civilizations that came before them. Were they wiped out in a cataclysmic event, or did they simply fade away, leaving behind only the remnants of their knowledge for later cultures to rediscover? The answers to these questions may lie in the ruins and artifacts that have survived the passage of time, waiting to be uncovered. In the end, the search for lost civilizations is not just about uncovering the past, it is also about understanding who we are as a species and what we are capable of. If we can unlock the secrets of the ancient world, we may find that the true story of humanity is far more mysterious and awe-inspiring than we have ever imagined. As we venture further into the enigmas of the past, one of the most compelling mysteries that continues to challenge our understanding of ancient civilizations is the profound connection between seemingly disparate cultures, separated by vast distances and time. Throughout history, it has been widely believed that ancient societies were isolated from one another, each developing independently based on their own needs, resources, and environmental factors. However, as evidence emerges from archaeological digs, ancient texts, and mythological studies, a different narrative begins to take shape, that ancient civilizations may have been more interconnected than we ever realized, sharing knowledge, techniques, and even cultural practices over vast distances. This emerging theory suggests that our ancestors may not have been as isolated as traditionally thought, and the origins of their remarkable achievements might be far older and more globally shared than previously believed. The idea of a global network of ancient civilizations is supported by many similarities found across distant cultures. These connections are not merely coincidental but rather suggest a sophisticated exchange of ideas that spanned continents and millennia. From the monumental architecture of Egypt to the sacred geometry of the Maya, from the advanced astronomy of the ancient Chinese to the engineering feats of the Indus Valley, the evidence points to an intricate web of shared knowledge. This ancient exchange of wisdom raises the question, if such advanced civilizations existed simultaneously across the globe, what might have been their origins, and how did they pass down this knowledge over such great distances? One of the most striking examples of ancient cross-cultural connections can be found in the architectural wonders of the ancient world. The pyramids of Egypt, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the step pyramids of Mesoamerica, and the temples of ancient India all exhibit remarkably similar design principles. These monumental structures are often aligned with celestial bodies, such as the stars, sun, and moon, suggesting that the civilizations that built them shared a deep understanding of astronomy and geometry. The pyramids of Giza, for instance, are aligned with incredible precision to the cardinal directions, and their design incorporates advanced mathematical principles. Similarly, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia and the step pyramids of Mesoamerica demonstrate an understanding of celestial mechanics, with many of these structures designed to track the movements of the sun and stars. How did these distant cultures, separated by thousands of miles, come to use such similar architectural forms, and what does this tell us about the possibility of shared knowledge between them? The most plausible explanation for these similarities is the existence of an ancient global civilization or network of civilizations that shared knowledge and architectural styles. The idea that the pyramids of Egypt and the ziggurats of Mesopotamia were not independently conceived, but were rather the product of a more ancient and widespread tradition, challenges conventional history. Could these monumental structures have been inspired by a common source of knowledge, passed down through generations and across civilizations? The idea of a global civilization is further supported by the ancient myths and legends that are found in cultures around the world. From the Sumerians to the Egyptians, from the Greeks to the Maya, many ancient cultures share strikingly similar myths about gods descending from the heavens to impart knowledge to humanity. These myths often speak of advanced technologies, such as flying machines, weapons of great power, and even the art of building massive stone structures. Could these stories be more than just myth? Could they be a collective memory of a lost civilization that spanned the globe and shared advanced knowledge with its successors? The connection between these ancient civilizations is not confined to their architecture or myths alone. Another compelling piece of evidence for ancient cross-cultural exchange lies in the shared knowledge of astronomy and timekeeping systems. The ancient Maya, for example, developed one of the most accurate calendar systems ever created, which allowed them to predict solar and lunar eclipses with remarkable precision. Similarly, the ancient Egyptians had a deep understanding of the stars and the movements of the planets, which they used to align their pyramids and temples. The ancient Chinese also had an advanced knowledge of astronomy, with their early star maps and detailed records of celestial events. These civilizations, which were separated by vast distances, all possessed a similar understanding of the cosmos, suggesting that their astronomical knowledge may have been part of a shared tradition that spread across cultures. The ancient knowledge of astronomy and timekeeping was not limited to the Americas, Egypt, and China. In the ancient Near East, the Sumerians developed a sophisticated system of astronomy, as evidenced by their creation of the first known astronomical calendar. The Babylonians, who followed the Sumerians, further refined this system and were able to predict the positions of celestial bodies with great accuracy. In India, the Vedic texts describe a detailed understanding of the stars and planets, and the ancient Hindu scriptures even mention a system of astrology that is still in use today. What is fascinating is that these civilizations, despite their geographical separation, all shared an advanced understanding of the same celestial phenomena. How did they develop such knowledge independently, or could it be that they were all drawing from a common source of ancient wisdom that spanned the globe? Perhaps one of the most remarkable examples of this shared knowledge can be found in the art of metallurgy. The ancient civilizations of the Americas, Europe, and Asia all developed advanced techniques for working with metals, including gold, silver, copper, and bronze. The Inca, for example, were known for their extraordinary skill in metallurgy, creating intricate gold and silver artifacts with remarkable precision. In Africa, the Kingdom of Nubia was renowned for its advanced techniques in gold working, and the ancient Egyptians were able to create gold jewelry and objects that were unmatched in their time. In Europe, the Celts and later the Romans developed sophisticated methods for smelting and casting metals, and the ancient Chinese were among the first to invent the art of casting bronze. The question arises, how did these distant cultures, spread across different continents, develop such similar knowledge of metallurgy? Could this knowledge have been passed down from an earlier, more advanced civilization that spanned the globe, or was it the result of independent discovery? The evidence of shared knowledge between ancient civilizations extends beyond just architecture, astronomy, and metallurgy. Ancient cultures also exhibited similar advances in medicine, mathematics, and engineering. The ancient Egyptians, for example, had an advanced understanding of anatomy and were able to perform surgical procedures with remarkable precision. The ancient Greeks, including figures like Hippocrates and Galen, built upon this knowledge and developed the foundations of modern medicine. Similarly, the ancient Indians developed a sophisticated system of medicine known as Ayurveda, which focused on balancing the body's energies and using natural remedies to treat ailments. The Mayans, too, had a deep understanding of medicinal plants and their healing properties. These civilizations, which spanned vast distances, shared a common interest in improving the health and well-being of their people. Could it be that they were all drawing from a common source of medical knowledge passed down through the ages? In mathematics, we find similar patterns of shared knowledge. The ancient Egyptians developed a system of mathematics based on geometry, which they used to construct their pyramids and other architectural wonders. The ancient Greeks refined this knowledge, with figures like Euclid and Pythagoras laying the foundations of modern geometry. The Maya, too, developed an advanced system of mathematics that included the concept of zero, which was not introduced to Europe until much later. The ancient Indians were also pioneers in mathematics, developing the decimal system and making significant contributions to algebra and trigonometry. The fact that these distant civilizations all developed similar mathematical concepts raises the question, did they arrive at these ideas independently, or were they part of a larger, global tradition of mathematical knowledge? The idea that ancient civilizations shared knowledge across great distances is further supported by the widespread similarities in their religious and spiritual beliefs. Many ancient cultures shared similar themes in their creation myths, including the idea of a cosmic battle between good and evil, the descent of gods to earth, and the eventual return of the gods in the future. These shared themes suggest that there may have been a common spiritual tradition that connected these cultures. In fact, many ancient religions, such as Hinduism, Zoroastrianism, and the early forms of Christianity, share striking similarities in their views on the afterlife, the nature of the soul, and the importance of divine intervention in human affairs. Could these similarities be the result of a shared religious tradition that transcended time and space? As we continue to uncover evidence of ancient civilizations that were more interconnected than we once thought, the question remains, where did this shared knowledge come from? Was it the result of trade, migration, or cultural exchange between ancient societies? Or was it the legacy of a lost global civilization that predates recorded history, a civilization whose knowledge was passed down through the ages, influencing the cultures that came after it? The answer may never be fully known, but as we continue to uncover the remnants of these ancient societies, one thing becomes clear: the story of human civilization is far more complex, mysterious, and interconnected than we have been led to believe. As we journey further into the complexities of ancient history, we begin to encounter a growing body of evidence suggesting that the civilizations of the distant past were far more advanced and interconnected than we have been taught to believe. This revelation has the potential to completely reshape our understanding of human history, as it points to the existence of ancient knowledge and technologies that may have been lost, hidden, or deliberately erased over the millennia. With each new discovery, whether it be a lost city, a mysterious artifact, or an unexplained construction feat, the notion of a forgotten global civilization becomes more plausible. Could it be that ancient societies, separated by vast distances and time, shared a vast and sophisticated pool of knowledge that spanned the globe? And if so, what happened to this knowledge? How did it get lost, and what traces of it might remain for us to uncover today? One of the most intriguing examples of ancient knowledge and technology that has baffled researchers for centuries is the construction of megalithic structures. These massive stone edifices, often composed of enormous blocks weighing several tons or more, are scattered across the globe. From the Great Pyramid of Giza to the megalithic temples of Malta and the stone circles of Stonehenge, these structures suggest an advanced understanding of engineering, mathematics, and astronomy. The methods used to construct these monumental works, particularly the precision with which the stones were cut and placed, remain a mystery. The precision achieved by these ancient builders is so extraordinary that modern engineers and architects are still unable to replicate the same level of accuracy with contemporary tools and machinery. This raises an important question: how could ancient civilizations, seemingly without the benefit of modern technology, have achieved such feats of engineering? Could they have possessed knowledge and techniques that have since been lost or forgotten? One possibility is that these ancient builders inherited their knowledge from a much older, global civilization, one that existed long before the rise of the Egyptians, the Maya, or the Greeks. This theory posits that there was a civilization, possibly spanning continents, that had mastered the art of building with massive stones and constructing monuments aligned with celestial bodies. Such a civilization would have had the resources, tools, and knowledge to create structures that were not only impressive in size but also precise in their alignment with the stars, the sun, and the moon. If this lost civilization did exist, its knowledge may have been passed down to later cultures, who then built upon this foundation, continuing the tradition of megalithic construction. The evidence of such a civilization may have been deliberately erased by later societies or lost due to natural disasters, leaving behind only fragments of their advanced technology and knowledge. The idea that ancient civilizations were connected and shared knowledge across vast distances is further supported by the incredible similarities found in the myths, legends, and religious beliefs of different cultures. From the Sumerians in Mesopotamia to the Maya in Central America, from the Egyptians to the Hindus in India, many ancient cultures tell similar stories about gods or celestial beings descending from the heavens to impart knowledge to humanity. These gods were often credited with teaching people advanced technologies, such as writing, agriculture, architecture, and even metallurgy. In many cases, these gods were described as coming from the stars or other celestial realms, suggesting that they may have been representatives of a much older, global civilization that spanned the earth. If these myths are based on real events, they could point to a time when advanced knowledge was passed down from one civilization to another, creating a network of interconnected cultures united by a shared pool of wisdom. One particularly intriguing example of this shared knowledge is the development of ancient writing systems. The Sumerians, for example, are credited with developing one of the earliest known forms of writing, cuneiform, around 3000 BCE. Cuneiform was used to record everything from legal documents to religious texts, and its widespread use had a profound impact on the development of human civilization. But what is especially remarkable about cuneiform is that it seems to have emerged suddenly, without any clear precursor. The Sumerians did not evolve from an earlier society with a written language, but instead appear to have invented writing almost out of nowhere. This raises the question, where did the Sumerians get their knowledge of writing? Could it be that they inherited it from an earlier civilization, one that had developed writing long before them? The sudden appearance of writing in Sumer could be a sign of a much older civilization that had passed down this advanced knowledge to the Sumerians, who then went on to create their own writing system and spread it to other cultures. Similarly, the development of metallurgy, another hallmark of advanced civilization, seems to have emerged suddenly in many ancient cultures. The ancient Egyptians, the Indus Valley Civilization, the Sumerians, and the Chinese all independently developed techniques for working with metals, particularly copper, bronze, and gold. The question arises, how did these civilizations, separated by vast distances, all come to develop metallurgy at roughly the same time? Some researchers believe that the knowledge of metallurgy was passed down from an ancient civilization that had mastered the art of working with metals long before the rise of these cultures. This would explain the sudden appearance of metallurgy in various parts of the world and the rapid advancement of metalworking techniques in different regions. The existence of a global network of knowledge is further suggested by the advanced astronomical knowledge possessed by many ancient civilizations. The ancient Egyptians, for example, had an incredibly detailed understanding of the stars and the movements of celestial bodies, which they used to align their pyramids and temples. Similarly, the Maya were able to predict solar and lunar eclipses with remarkable accuracy, using a sophisticated calendar system that was far ahead of its time. The ancient Greeks, the Chinese, and the Indians also had a deep understanding of astronomy, with many of their ancient texts describing celestial events and the movements of the stars. The fact that these civilizations, separated by vast distances and without the benefit of modern communication, all developed similar astronomical systems suggests that they were drawing from a shared pool of knowledge. Could this knowledge have been passed down from a long-lost civilization that had mastered the art of celestial observation and created the foundation for the astronomical systems that would later be adopted by cultures across the globe? The shared astronomical knowledge of ancient civilizations is not limited to just the study of the stars. Many ancient cultures also exhibited a deep understanding of geometry, particularly sacred geometry, which is the study of the mathematical principles underlying the natural world. The Egyptians, for example, used geometric principles in the design of their pyramids, aligning them with the stars and the cardinal directions. The ancient Greeks, particularly figures like Pythagoras and Euclid, developed advanced theories of geometry that are still taught in schools today. The Maya, too, had an intricate understanding of geometry, which they used to construct their pyramids and temples, as well as to create their highly accurate calendar system. The widespread use of geometry across different cultures suggests that this knowledge may have been passed down through the ages from a common source. The fact that these ancient civilizations were able to harness the power of geometry to build their monumental structures and predict celestial events further supports the idea that they were not isolated but rather part of a larger, interconnected global network. The concept of a global civilization that shared knowledge across continents is also supported by the striking similarities found in the mythology and symbolism of different cultures. From the creation myths of the Sumerians to the flood stories of the Maya, the ancient Egyptians, and the Greeks, many cultures share similar themes in their religious and mythological traditions. These similarities suggest that there may have been a common spiritual tradition that connected these cultures, one that transcended time and space. For example, the idea of a great flood, which appears in many cultures' myths, is often associated with the destruction of an ancient civilization and the subsequent rebirth of humanity. This theme is found in the Bible's story of Noah's Ark, in the Sumerian epic of Gilgamesh, and in the myths of the Native Americans, the Maya, and the ancient Greeks. These shared flood myths may be a collective memory of a global catastrophe, perhaps a natural disaster that wiped out an advanced civilization and left only remnants of its knowledge behind. The existence of a lost global civilization that spanned the earth and shared knowledge across vast distances may seem like a far-fetched theory, but the evidence continues to mount. From the shared architectural styles and astronomical knowledge to the sudden appearance of writing and metallurgy, the patterns emerging from ancient history point to a far more interconnected world than we have ever imagined. The question, then, is not whether such a civilization existed, but rather what happened to it. Was it destroyed by a global catastrophe, such as a great flood or an ice age, or did it simply fade into obscurity over time? Could its knowledge have been deliberately erased by later societies, or has it been preserved in the myths, legends, and remnants of the civilizations that followed? As we continue to explore these mysteries, we are left with more questions than answers, but one thing is certain, the story of humanity's past is far more complex and mysterious than we have ever imagined. As the layers of history continue to peel back, we are confronted with an increasingly complex and intricate picture of the ancient world, one that suggests that the human story is far older, more interconnected, and more mysterious than traditional history has led us to believe. What we once thought of as isolated, independent developments across different regions now appears to be a part of a much larger, global narrative. This narrative challenges the conventional understanding of human progress and points to the possibility that lost civilizations, far more advanced than we ever imagined, may have existed long before the rise of recorded history. But where did this advanced knowledge come from? And why has it been obscured or forgotten? One of the most fascinating aspects of this inquiry is the seemingly universal connection between ancient cultures and their understanding of the cosmos. Across the globe, civilizations that were separated by vast oceans and mountain ranges share strikingly similar astronomical knowledge. The ancient Egyptians, for example, were masters of stellar alignment. The Great Pyramid of Giza, one of the most enduring and iconic structures in human history, was constructed with an astonishing precision, aligning perfectly with the cardinal points of the compass. It also seems to mirror the positions of certain stars in the constellation of Orion, particularly the stars that correspond to the mythical figure Osiris, the god of the afterlife. This level of precision suggests that the ancient Egyptians possessed not only advanced architectural skills but also an intimate understanding of the night sky. But how could a civilization so long ago have achieved such an extraordinary level of astronomical knowledge? The answer, some theorists suggest, lies in the possibility of a shared, ancient knowledge that transcended the boundaries of individual civilizations. What if the Egyptians were not the originators of this knowledge, but rather the inheritors of a legacy passed down from an earlier, far more advanced civilization? This idea is supported by the sheer scale and complexity of the knowledge possessed by the Egyptians, as well as by the fact that similar astronomical alignments and knowledge of the stars are found in other ancient cultures that had no direct contact with Egypt. The ancient Maya, for example, built their own monumental pyramids, many of which were also aligned with the stars, particularly those in the constellation of Orion. The Maya, like the Egyptians, had a detailed and accurate calendar system that tracked celestial movements with remarkable precision. How could these distant cultures, separated by thousands of miles, have developed such similar astronomical knowledge? Could it be that they were all drawing from the same source, an ancient, global civilization that had mastered the art of star mapping and astronomical observation? This concept of a shared pool of ancient knowledge is further supported by the remarkable similarities in the architectural achievements of ancient civilizations. The Great Pyramid of Giza, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, the step pyramids of Mesoamerica, and the megalithic temples of Malta all exhibit similar design principles. These structures, which were constructed with massive stones and carefully aligned to the cardinal points or celestial bodies, suggest a deep understanding of geometry, engineering, and astronomy. Yet, these civilizations had no direct contact with each other, and they existed in different times and places. What, then, explains these striking similarities? Some researchers argue that these cultures were not independent but were instead part of a larger global network that shared knowledge and techniques. If such a network existed, it might explain how advanced architectural and astronomical knowledge spread across the globe long before the rise of modern civilizations. The idea that a lost global civilization once existed, spanning multiple continents and providing the foundation for the achievements of later cultures, is further supported by the discovery of ancient artifacts that seem to defy the technological capabilities of their time. One of the most compelling examples of this is the Antikythera mechanism, an ancient analog computer discovered in a shipwreck off the coast of Greece. The device, which dates back to around 100 BCE, was used to predict astronomical positions and eclipses with incredible accuracy. The craftsmanship involved in creating such a sophisticated mechanism is far beyond what would have been possible for the ancient Greeks, who did not have access to the advanced technology required to produce such a device. Some researchers suggest that the Antikythera mechanism is evidence of lost technology that may have been passed down from an earlier, more advanced civilization. This theory raises intriguing questions about the extent of ancient knowledge and the possibility that it was passed down, only to be lost or deliberately erased over time. Similarly, the discovery of the Nazca lines in Peru has sparked widespread speculation about the ancient knowledge possessed by the people who created these massive geoglyphs. The Nazca lines, which depict animals, geometric shapes, and even entire landscapes, are best viewed from the air. Yet, the Nazca people, who lived in a time long before the invention of flight, had no way of seeing their designs from above. The sheer scale and precision of these lines have led many researchers to wonder, how could the Nazca have created such intricate and large-scale designs without the ability to view them from the sky? Some have proposed that the Nazca may have had access to aerial technology or that they were simply passing on the knowledge of a lost civilization that possessed such advanced capabilities. The idea that the Nazca lines were the product of a global network of ancient knowledge is a tantalizing one, as it suggests that the people of the ancient world may have shared more than just architectural techniques and astronomical knowledge. They may have shared technologies that are now long forgotten. The existence of a lost global civilization that spanned the earth and shared knowledge across vast distances is also suggested by the presence of similar mythological themes and symbols in cultures that had no direct contact with one another. From the Sumerians to the Egyptians, from the Greeks to the Maya, many ancient cultures share similar myths about gods descending from the heavens, imparting knowledge to humanity, and teaching advanced technologies. These gods were often described as coming from the stars or from other celestial realms, and they were credited with bringing knowledge of agriculture, writing, architecture, and even metallurgy. The consistency of these myths across different cultures raises an important question: could these gods have been representatives of an ancient, global civilization that spanned the earth and shared knowledge across continents? Could the myths be based on real events, stories of a time when an advanced civilization spread across the globe, leaving behind a legacy of knowledge and technology? One of the most striking examples of this shared mythology is the story of a great flood that appears in many ancient cultures. In the Bible, the story of Noah's Ark recounts a global flood that wiped out much of humanity, with Noah and his family being the sole survivors. A similar flood story appears in the Epic of Gilgamesh, one of the oldest known works of literature, which was written by the Sumerians around 2000 BCE. Flood myths also appear in the traditions of the Maya, the Native Americans, the ancient Greeks, and many other cultures around the world. The fact that so many cultures share a similar myth about a global flood suggests that there may be a common memory of a catastrophic event that destroyed an advanced civilization, leaving only fragments of its knowledge behind. If such an event occurred, it could explain why so many ancient cultures seem to have inherited knowledge from a long-lost civilization. The idea that ancient civilizations were part of a global network, sharing knowledge and techniques across great distances, is further supported by the discovery of ancient trade routes that connected distant regions. The ancient Phoenicians, for example, were known for their extensive trade networks, which spanned the Mediterranean and beyond. The ancient Silk Road, which connected China to the Middle East and Europe, facilitated the exchange of goods, ideas, and technologies. Similarly, the ancient Egyptians and the Sumerians had trade routes that stretched across Africa and the Near East, allowing them to exchange goods and knowledge with other civilizations. These trade routes not only facilitated the movement of material goods but also enabled the exchange of knowledge, including architectural techniques, astronomical observations, and metallurgical processes. The existence of such trade routes suggests that ancient civilizations were not isolated but were instead part of a larger, interconnected world. As we uncover more evidence of these ancient connections, the question becomes not whether such a global civilization existed, but what happened to it. Was it destroyed by a natural catastrophe, such as a global flood, an asteroid impact, or a volcanic eruption? Did it fade away over time, its knowledge and technologies gradually lost or forgotten? Or was it deliberately erased by later civilizations, perhaps in an attempt to suppress the knowledge and power of an earlier, more advanced culture? These questions remain unanswered, but one thing is clear: the story of humanity's past is far more complex, interconnected, and mysterious than we have been led to believe. As researchers continue to uncover new evidence and challenge established narratives, the mystery of the lost global civilization grows even more tantalizing. What we are beginning to realize is that the past is not as neatly divided into separate civilizations as we once thought. Instead, the ancient world appears to have been a vast, interconnected network of cultures, all drawing from a shared pool of knowledge that spanned the globe. This knowledge, passed down through generations and across continents, formed the foundation for the great civilizations that followed, and it may hold the key to understanding the true origins of human civilization itself.